Internet from DLMS, our friendly folks at DLMS, making sure that FARMFAIR International goes international in 2025, our 51st year. And we do want to remind everyone that the AgTech and Innovation Alley will be opening at 10 a.m. and run each day of FARMFAIR International through 6 p.m. Please stop in to visit the organizations that are actually located out in the concourse, the Expo Center concourse between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. throughout the duration of FARMFAIR International, right through to our Supreme Championship on Saturday afternoon. Our organizations that are located out there have solutions to save you money, clean up your yard, keep track of your herd, and a whole lot more. So please be sure to make your FARMFAIR International experience complete and check out AgTech Innovation Alley each day from Wednesday through Saturday between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. Landon Schutz, if you happen to be within earshot, could you please come to Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2? Landon Schutz, please. Once our All Other Breed show starts, we actually have a debuting show. We have Highlands having their first ever showcase at FARMFAIR International as a show right here in Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2. And then that will be followed by the AOB Stalwarts, the Blonde Aquitaine and the Bronvie, and we'll be alternating their classes at the completion of our Highland show.
Over in ring number 1, we are excited to showcase our Speckle Park program. And of course, our Speckle Parks will be making their way to the ring for our first class. This is our intermediate heifer calf class, and our marshal will be getting them ready to come in. Our judges are here, our officials are set, and we're ready to begin in ring number 1, our Horizon Ag and Turf ring. Well, folks, we're ready over in show ring number 1 with our Speckle Park show. This is our first class to commence our Speckle Park show. This is class number 3, our intermediate heifer calf division. These are heifer calves born in the month of February. We should have 2 entries in this class for our judges. 2 entries are February born heifer calves. And we are delighted to have Riley and Jill Mader as our official judges for the Speckle Park show. Riley, Jill, and their children, Stella and Hawken, work together with Riley's parents, Randy and Rhonda, as owner and operators of Mader Ranches. Mader Ranches is a family-run purebred Simmental and Sim Angus cattle operation located 10 minutes west of Carstairs. They hold an annual bull sale and 1 kick-ass ladies' night sale, and we're just delighted to have both Riley and Jill Mader of Mader Ranches as our astute judges for the Speckle Park show.
Ladies and gentlemen, here in Expo Hall B, we're excited to, in addition to having our Speckle Park in Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 1, feature our all other breeds in Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2. We'll be commencing with our inaugural Highland show. First time the Highlands have ever come to town to make it into the Horizon Ag and Turf show ring, and they will be featured in show ring number 2 in just a few moments' time.
And now we will have comments from Judge Jill Mader on our first class in the Speckle Park ring.
Well, thank you. First of all, I'd just like to thank FARMFAIR International and the Speckle Park Society for giving Riley a chance to come out here and evaluate the Speckle Parks here. I think it's the first time we've gotten to evaluate them, and every time we get asked, we're super honored. I would like to say if anybody ever gets asked to judge a show of this quality, just make sure to say yes, because it's a real honor, and these people have voted us in as their choice. So we're really honored to be out here. We started out this intermediate heifer calf class with this really stylish female. We really like this female out on the move. She's got lots of sweep to her belly. Get in behind her. She's got lots of width over her top, and I just think that she was the most complete heifer. We followed her up with a little bit more white on this heifer. She just gets a little bit snappy in her back pasterns, but I really like the profile of this heifer. She's really sweet and a little bit heavier fronted than our first place heifer, but I'm getting really nitpicky getting behind her. She's got lots of base to her, lots of width, and I think she's going to be a really functional type of female for this young lady. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jill. So your champion intermediate heifer calf in the Speckle Park show goes to entry number 1, DAM Dots Neon Light 645N. And your reserve intermediate heifer calf division winner, Willow Lane Naughty Girl 18N. That's entry number 2. So congratulations to the McAleer family and Mackenzie Olson. Next class in our Speckle Park show will be class number 5. These are our senior heifer calves. These are heifers born in January.
And our first class is in the ring now for Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2. Our All Other Breeds show has commenced, and this is the first of our debuting program here at FARMFAIR International for our Highlands. This is the yearling heifers born in 2024, and Judge Landon Schutz, your class is complete. We're very happy and fortunate to have evaluating our All Other Breeds section today Landon Schutz, one of our young local cattle producers, made not just good but great, attending his university in the United States on a judging scholarship and being able to be back here for FARMFAIR International, his local hometown show. Assisting Landon in Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2 is Darren Dunford, longtime FARMFAIR volunteer, who will be showing himself over the course of these days at FARMFAIR International 2025. Both the rings are rolling, named after Horizon Ag and Turf in Hall B, and FARMFAIR International 2025 is on. Of course, we will be spotlighting sponsors of FARMFAIR International for the duration of our 4 days of this event. Starting off with the Alberta Angus Association, which is involved in many projects to promote the Angus breed, including 4-H, junior shows, scholarships, and more. Many thanks to the Alberta Angus Association for their support of FARMFAIR International in 2025, this year of extraordinary good times for beef cattle producers. Our judge, Landon Schutz, in Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2, is from Stony Plain and has his Bachelor of Animal Science from Texas Tech University. Schutz Cattle Company is his operation. Bred for Banners. And we're very proud to be able to have Landon having a return to FARMFAIR International, not in school this year, to evaluate our AOB. Among our sponsors are Alberta beef producers, and if you want to help yourself to coffee through the day, that is part of their sponsorship. Alberta beef producers' work is driven by producers for producers. Find out more about what your commission is doing for you today by visiting abpdaily.com and follow Alberta beef producers on your favorite social platforms. For 55 years, Alta Genetics has valued the strong partnerships with consigners who have supported Alta throughout the decades. These relationships are foundation to the Alta Genetics success, and they're proud to continue serving the cattle industry with dedication and innovation. Many thanks, Alta Genetics. BrokerLink is a proud insurer of farms and agribusiness. Contact BrokerLink today to get the right coverage for your insurance needs. Bud Light, a refreshing taste that's easy to enjoy at FARMFAIR International. Grab yourself a Bud Light and partake of the sponsorship from Bud Light.
And with that, folks, we're going to have comments in our Speckle Park ring from Judge Riley Mader.
Well, I think a real powerhouse to start this class off with. I think it don't matter which way you stand and look at this female. She's very angular. She's got a lot of dimension to her. A female that just carries a lot of power and a lot of muscle definition down low through that lower twist and that lower stifle. You get behind her, there's just a pile of power over the top. If we change this heifer, we'd maybe like to give her just a little more flex to her front pastern. She comes off her shoulder just a little bit straighter, but you love a lot of things about her, and I think she's going to go out and just be a brood cow in the herd. To get into the second place female, we love how this female gets out and moves. She's very athletic as she strides out. You like the flex on all of her pasterns and all of her joints. A female that you analyze from the side profile, you really like the depth of length, depth of body to this female. She's very straight in her lines. She's really nice through her skull. A female that just doesn't quite have the stoutness, I guess, on the front end, but two different types of heifers that you could probably switch back and forth, and both will be very competitive and very productive, I think, down the line. We get into our third place female. Here's the female that's got the most stretch, I think, in the whole class. You love how elegant she is up through that front end. Very nice through her skull. You know, you're kind of flipping coins. You got three different types of females here. You love the length of spine that she's got, but she just gets a little more flatter muscled, flatter sided, I think, in comparison to the two heifers above, but a very high quality heifer to stand in third place. We leave four standing here behind us. Again, very high quality type of females. A different day, a different judge. You could see them different. Congrats to all you exhibitors. Very nice class of females.
Thank you, Judge Mader. So your champion senior heifer calf goes to entry number 7, KFC Cashmere 18N from KFC Farms. Second in class, entry number 9, Wolf Lake Zarina 1N, exhibited by Wolf Lake Speckle Park. And third in class goes to entry number 5, Wolf Lake Fiona 2N, exhibited by Wolf Lake Speckle Park. But Rob, over in ring number 1, you have comments.
We are ready with comments on our first class of our AOB show. This is our Horizon Egg and Turf show ring number 2. And folks, comments on our yearling Highland class from Judge Landon Schutz.
Oh, well, good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to be here today. It's certainly an honor and a pleasure. We stowed awesome here in the Highland set. All of these females right down the line represent functionality with quality. I think these top 3 in front of me offer some big-time pieces to start us off. I thought the call was close between the 2 up front. I just prefer the extra cow power and stoutness of the one that I'm going to use today while maintaining a functional build. In her own right, that's a super opened up, wide-based heifer who feels the most shape throughout, big ribbed, and gives you an extra powerful view from behind with just the dimension down her stifle and width of pin set and squareness. And with that, is as good as any in her lower joints to start us off. She's a bit shorter necked, not quite as feminine in her head shape as 2 and 3, but her structure and just her maternal look still reads right to let her cow power go ahead and win. My compliments to you. Like I said, I thought just from right here from the side view is my favorite look of the heifer in second. She's longer fronted and more extended back through her hip and just gives you a super attractive, good in her lines look from the side view. I thought making the call compared to the one ahead from the 3/4 view and from behind, the heifer that's just not quite as amped up in her rib shape or her shape down her stifle from behind, but definitely like the profile and structural quality of that one to go second. The heifer in third, I think offers as intriguing pieces as any. Her neck set and just the size of her feet and stoutness of feature is really good, and I appreciate that. Where I slot her third today is I didn't read her to be quite as square-hipped over her pin set and down her hock traveling away. But I just like the power and extension and performance of your heifer a good deal. Definitely represents a lot of quality. I thought, like I said, more performance and power than the remaining. Young lady, the heifer in fourth here, she intrigued me a lot when she first came out of the gate. She's very nicely presented, and I appreciate that. And with that, a very maternal, sound, structured heifer, and I value just her moderation and rib shape going into production today compared to the cattle above. Just gets out horsed a bit in her power and performance. I just like to open her up from behind and give her some more shape and product throughout. But the heifer's very nice in her lines and good structured and with an attractive look. And so is the heifer up next. She's still plenty functional, really nice in her lines, has some extra shape from behind compared to the one ahead. But where I switched the pair, as I just didn't read her to be a square from that same view behind the cattle. I just like to square her up in her pin set and down her hock and feet from behind. But my compliments to you exhibitors, a very functional, good set of heifers here to start us off. I wish you the best with them down the road.
And thanks very much, Judge Schutz. In Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2, first place honors and advancing to our Junior Highland Champion female class will be entry number 3, Galaxy Second of Anderson Ridge from Double H Genetics of Spruce Grove, Alberta. That's Heather Jansen with the heifer bred by Chad and Ellen Anderson. Entry number 3 is first in class, and entry number 1 is second, also advancing to our Junior Championship, Fuzzy Wuzzy Martika for Fuzzy Wuzzy Cattle Company of Dap, Alberta. That's Lester Van Hill with the heifer bred by Don and Margaret Badger. If you're marking your show program on our first class of our Highland yearling heifers, entry number 1 places second, entry 2 is fourth, entry 3 is first, entry 5 places fifth, and entry 6 is third in class. Next up, single entry class, our junior yearlings, second class, those born in 2023. Be proactive with Cattle Active, an all-natural solution for maintaining rumen health and overall well-being. Get 10% off your Cattle Active today.
And Rob, over in ring number 1, we have comments on our yearling intermediate division championship from Judge Jill Mader.
Thank you. Well, I think we're really impressed with our leadoff heifer here in the intermediate yearlings. She's kind of the whole package. She's really nice in the front end. You get in behind her, she's got a lot of soundness and substance. Really like this heifer out on the move. She's really getting out and tracking. I just think that she comes together with that overall presence that we're looking for. I'd like to clean her up a tiny bit in her teat structure a bit, but I'm getting a little nitpicky here. Our second place heifer, she's got a lot of body to her. I feel as though she's fighting the halter a little bit in terms of trying to get to see her out on the move a little bit better. I'd maybe like to straighten her up on the back wheels a little bit, but overall, when you get to her side profile, I think that she's a really useful heifer, and I think she's going to go ahead and produce some big calves for this guy today. A nice class of intermediate yearlings.
Thank you, Judge Mater. So your intermediate yearling heifer division champion goes to the entry from KFC Farms of Abbotsford, BC, with KFC Miss Poppy 101M. That was entry number 11. And your reserve intermediate division goes to entry number 10, Desert Acres Mandalay 116M from Desert Acres Speckle Park. So folks, our next class is class number 11. This will be our yearling senior division, and for our judges there'll be 3 entries in this class. 3 entries, yearling heifers born in January.
And Tracy in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2, our judge Lannon Schutz is ready to comment on his single entry class number 5. Class number 3, his open 2-year-old Highland heifer. Folks, here's Judge Schutz.
This is a really nice single entry here, and the showman does a great job as well. Could definitely withstand some more competition. And the female here, I really value just her combination of power with a loose structure, with a maternal look. It's very promising going down the road with her in her own right. I just like how opened up and soft ribbed that heifer is, with a nice angle to her shoulder, and very flexible and problem free on the lap. If I could get critical of her, she does want to duck her pin bone and drop her hip in motion just a shot, but it certainly still aids just her overall flexibility and looseness of structure. We'll take another look out of her out here in the division drive.
And thank you, Judge Schutz. First place in class number 3, and advancing now to our junior championship of our Highland Show in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2 is Fuzzy Wuzzy Lily, entry number 7. From Fuzzy Wuzzy Cattle Company of Dap, Alberta. That's Lester Van Hale's operation again, with this heifer bred by Don and Margaret Badger. So our next class will be our first division championship in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2, our Highland Show, where the top 2 from our first class and our single entry class winner from this last class will be coming back in to vie for the first spots to compete in our Grand Champion Highland Female Drive. So we'll be inviting our top 2 from class number 2, as well as our class winner from class number 3 for our junior and reserve junior Highland Champion Female.
Over in ring number 1, if you're following your show program, please scratch entry number 13. Entry 13 is a scratch.
And folks, in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2, we'll reintroduce you to our contenders for our junior championship. As they make their way into the ring, when they make their way into the ring. And here they come. First place in our first class of our Highland Show, Galaxy, second to Vanderson Ridge. This is entry number 3. From Heather Jansen of Double H Genetics Incorporated of Spruce Grove, Alberta. Bred by Chad and Ellen Anderson. In second place in that class, Fuzzy Wuzzy Cattle Company. Lester Van Hill's outfit of Dap, Alberta. The heifer bred by Don and Margaret Badger. And entry number 1, Fuzzy Wuzzy Martika. Of course, our class winner from the second class, class number 3, the 2-year-old open heifers. Again, bred by the Badgers and coming to us from Fuzzy Wuzzy. This is entry number 7, Fuzzy Wuzzy Lily. Judge Schutz, your class is complete. Clean Farms is a non-profit, industry-funded stewardship organization working to support Canadian farmers in recycling agricultural plastics. Many thanks to the sponsorship at FARMFAIR International 2025 from Clean Farms.
And Rob, over in ring number 1, we're ready for comments from Judge Riley Mader on our Senior Division Championship.
Well, we got two very high quality, highly presented cattle, heifers standing in the ring here. Two very, very different types. It's kind of a struggle. We went back and forth a few times. I think sheer powerness comes to mind when we think of the black heifer that starts the class. We love the extension up through her front end. We love the barrel, the rib shape she carries through that middle third. A lot of extra muscle shape and definition. She gets out. She tracks pretty good on her feet and legs. You look at this female's udder. She's starting to. In my mind, she's probably due to calve pretty early, and I know what it feels like when they start dropping a little bit of that udder. It maybe doesn't suit the eyeball as good at this stage, but you like to see a heifer that's probably bred early, starting to spring a little bit. Just a sheer powerhouse to start the class off with. I think that's where we get into the second place heifer. This female from hook to pin gets a little short. She gets a little short from the top of her shoulder to her pole. That's where the front heifer gets the benefit, I think, on her, just in sheer extension and power and mass. But we do like a lot of things about this heifer. She's dropping a real nice udder. She's functional, sound made. She gets out and travels very level over that top. Two very, very high quality heifers. Just our opinion one day here, but we look forward to seeing these females back in the future.
Thank you, Riley. So your Senior Yearling Heifer Division Champion goes to the entry from HQ Livestock of Mountain View County with entry number 14, KFC Dandelion 10M. And your Reserve Senior Division Champion exhibited by Highmark Stock Farm of Hague, Saskatchewan with Highmark Mia 8M. That was entry number 12. We will give our marshal just a few moments in the marshalling area as our next class will be showcasing our grand champion, Speckle Park female.
And Judge Lennon Schutz is ready to comment on his first division championship, our junior Highland champion female, class number 5 in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2. Folks, our judge.
This first division was sure a lot of fun to work through. Definitely excited to see what's to come. Like I said, in that first class, we started out strong and sent some good cattle back to the barn and followed up with a really good one in the second class as well that could have withstood some more competition. I think all 3 of these females certainly have a lot of upside and quality to them. I'm happy to see them back out here looking the part. In the first class, this first heifer here, I used her just for her combination of just power and mass with a loose, flexible structure to go along with it. She's out here even division leading in just her base width and muscle and power from behind the cattle, and from the side has a big roaring rib cage and is level in her design and maternal in her look up front. If I could change her compared to some of the others, I would just shoot her neck out of her top of her shoulder a little higher, but that's getting pretty nitpicky of one that's very fundamental and checks off all the basics to go out and thrive in production. We followed up closely with this heifer here in front of me, just for my high appraisal of her structural quality and balance from the side. She's upgrades my class winner, and just her look and extension through her front 1/3. But with that, from there back, just doesn't have quite the punch either. Just comparatively a shot flatter through her mid body and from behind as well. But definitely a lot of quality and breeding potential in that one for me. And then the Class 2 winner, the 2-year-old white female there, she could be division leading, and just her overall mass and rib, some of that maybe with age, but I think even adjusted, she's right there. I value just her moderation, an easy fleshing look about her. I think out here, if we're going to nickel and dime them, that's a heifer that could just be changed. Yeah, that's just a heifer that could be changed to shot, and her foot structure gets a little crab clawed up front and in motion, wants to duck her pin bone on the lap. So she may rank 3rd out here in terms of structure, and that's where the call is and where you set your priorities. I'm definitely, when we get to this level, trying to perfect structure, and that's where I prefer the Class 1 cattle. I'm going to use them for my champion and reserve in this division.
And thanks very much, Judge Schutz. Well, Judge Schutz goes to pick his division champion in our Highland show. Tracy, I think you've got a grand champion female show going on in Horizon Ag and Turf, show ring number 1. Who are our Speckle Park contenders?
Well, thank you so much, Rob. I'm going to take a moment to introduce you to them as they so deserve it. Our intermediate heifer calf champion goes to the entry from McAleer Ranching, DAM.sa, Neon Light 645N. And our reserve intermediate champion, Willow Lake Naughty Girl 18N from Willow Lake Land and Cattle. Our senior heifer calf division champion went to entry number 7, KFC Cashmere 18N from KFC Farms. And second in our intermediate, or senior division rather, is the entry from Wolf Lake Speckle Park. That's Wolf Lake Zarina 1N. In our yearling intermediate division, our champion from KFC Farms is KFC Miss Poppy 101N, and our reserve intermediate yearling Desert Acres Mandalay 116M, and Tracy Foster as an additional owner. And then from our senior yearling division, entry number 14 was our champion KFC Dandelion 10M, exhibited by HQ Livestock, and our reserve senior yearling heifer from Highmark Stock Farm, that's Highmark Mia 8M. So folks, this is our championship lineup, and we're going to give our judges the spotlight as they're going to bring comments in this class from our most amazing and beautiful judge, Jill Mader.
Well, thank you. I think we're really happy with these 8 individuals out here for the champion female class. Obviously, we would have liked to see maybe some mature cows or some 2-year-old cows just to kind of round off the class, but I think that that doesn't fall short of the quality. There's truly 8 impressive females in this class, and I think the Speckle Park breed has said something really cool here, and every time that we analyze them and we see them out in the show ring, we see something new and something better every time. Being a Canadian breed, I sure am proud to say that they were developed here, and I think that there's just a lot of value that they bring to the industry and to the show ring, and we're sure excited to see the bulls for the second half of this show. So I won't go on too much longer, but we're really happy with these females, and I hope that you can follow us a little bit on what we're looking for in terms of type and kind and usability. And with that, Riley's going to go ahead and select our champion and then our reserve.
Typically, there's music playing. Congratulations to our intermediate yearling champion with Ashley on the halter. That is KFC Miss Poppy. 101M is your grand champion Speckle Park female. Advancing also to our Supreme down on Supreme Saturday. And our reserve goes to our champion heifer calf in the senior division, KFC Cashmere 18N, both exhibited by KFC Farms. Congratulations to the crew. And they're going to take a quick 30-minute break. And we'll ask our judges to head over to the show champions shot box.
And in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2, our Highland Show progresses along. Just to let you know that our first 2 from class number 2 became our junior and reserve junior champion. Our junior champion, entry number 3, Galaxy Second of Anderson Ridge for Heather Jansen of Double H Genetics Incorporated. We'll be seeing her again in the Grand Champion female drive, and potentially vying for reserve will be entry number 1, our reserve junior champion female, Fuzzy Wuzzy Martika from Lester Van Hill's Fuzzy Wuzzy Cattle Company crew at DAP. Our judge, Lennon Schutz, is now ready to comment on his single entry mature cow class, class number 9. Folks, Judge Schutz.
I'm a solid pair here that's fundamental and functional in their build. The cow's extended with a wide top and lots of shape over, and gives that same powerful view from behind, and just the width of her pin set and shape down her stifle. If I could upgrade her aesthetically from the side, I would just take away some of her chest and brisket, and she's a bit gathered in her teeth structure. And the calf at side, I think, is a level lined, just 3 months old little guy, but certainly offers some upside in his level design and feet and leg quality. I think for him, even adjusted for ageable, that could use some more power and performance, but a nice pair here. We'll see how they look in the drive.
And thank you, Judge Schutz. First place in our class number 9 is entry number 8, Fuzzy Wuzzy Catherine, again from Heather Jansen and the Double H Genetics crew of Spruce Grove, Alberta. Entry number 8 is our first place in our mature cow class, and we will be seeing entry number 8, Fuzzy Wuzzy Catherine, in our Grand Champion female drive. Next up, folks, in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2, class of 5 heifer calves, as we round out our Highland females. Ready to elevate your construction or home improvement projects? Visit Cooper Equipment Rentals at 20704 118A Avenue, Northwest Edmonton, serving contractors across Canada with unmatched service and support. Thank you, Cooper Equipment Rentals. Country Junction Feeds, proud to fuel your cattle for the show world, one ribbon at a time. Thank you, Country Junction Feeds. And in Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2, our Highland show ring, being featured right now as part of our All Other Breed show. There are 5 Highland heifer calves born in this calendar year in your show program. There are 5 in the ring, and Judge Landon Schutz from Spruce Grove, your class is complete. Stony Plain, not Spruce Grove, Stony Plain. Davis Raridan has 35 years of experience with bovine embryo transfer. They provide a high quality of service both on farm or at their state-of-the-art center, located at Crossfield, Alberta, just between Crossfield and Airdrie and Carstairs. The experienced and highly trained staff at Davis Raridan are committed to providing the highest quality of service and obtaining optimal results. Many thanks to Adam Shireman and the crew of Davis Raridan, sponsors of FARMFAIR International 2025.
How do I reach you? Thinking about us, you're thinking about it too. Higher and higher, I'm gonna raise the flag. Fire oh fire, send out a flare to find. Give me a reason, I'm gonna send a sign calling. You over, calling you to my life. We're off and away, we're around the world together. So off and away, come again, it's now or never. We're going
Edmonton's BestHotels.com is a proud sponsor of FARMFAIR International, where Western Canada's best comes together. Thank you, Edmonton's Best Hotels. Explore Edmonton Corporation is the destination management and marketing organization for our capital city of Edmonton. Explore Edmonton Corporation, or EEC, tells this city's story, elevates the Edmonton experience, and generates inbound visitation. Our host with the most, Explore Edmonton Corporation. And our heifer calves are pulling into place in Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring number 2. Our Highland heifer calves folks to talk the class for us. Here is Landon Schutz.
Really happy with how this class lined up for me out here. These top two are sure fun to look at. They're presented without a hair out of place. When with that, offer tons of quality to go along with it. The heifer in second, I may just have as high as appraisal as I've seen so far, and just the skeletal quality. But the heifer I'm going to start is just an outlier, I think, for the population. While just maintaining an awesome look from the side, but with that outlier standout power to go along with it. She's exceptional in just the size of her feet and the stoutness of feature throughout, and to maintain the length and levelness of hip that she does, and a high neck set up front to cap off her striking look does it for me to start us off with a good of a view from the behind the cattle as well. She's very opened up, and just her pin set and maintaining that squareness down to the ground. So my compliments to you to start us off. Like I said, the skeletal quality, just balance of this heifer from right here is super attractive. I really value just the refinement of her skull, flatness of shoulder, and joints underneath. She's incredible in just how she travels around the ring, where I made the call, as I just thought she got out-horsed and just didn't have that overwhelming shape and power as the silver ahead, but certainly a high appraisal of that one to go second. I thought these 2 and 3 and 4 were pretty close. I prefer just the flexibility and extension of this heifer in third versus the 1 and 4. I prefer her more feminine head and length of neck. I thought from behind the cattle she was more opened up as well. But compared to the 2 ahead, just didn't read her to have the same eliteness of levelness of hip or squareness in her structure underneath. But a good one that represents quality and is very functional as well. The one up next, I said, is right there, and if you switch the pair, I wouldn't argue her, because she is leveler through her hip and offers some extra stoutness of feature and power to her, where I like her fourth today, as I read her just a bit bigger and rounder in her shoulder shape. I'd like to just open her up from behind, but certainly a stout one that's pretty fun to look at there. I do prefer the one up next just for how smooth made she is and refined. She's awesome, and just how she flows out of her shoulder is problem free in her lower joints. Today, in a powerful set, I just read her to get outmassed from behind the cattle and not offer the same upper rib shape as the cattle ahead. But lots of breeding value going down the road. I wish you all the best.
And thanks very much, Judge Schutz. First place in our heifer calf champion of our Highland show is entry number 10, Blackthorn's Nilla from Blackthorn Cattle Company of Derwent, Alberta. Lance Harder, the breeder, on our heifer calf champion, and we'll be seeing her right back into our next class, the Grand Champion female class, where she'll be joined also by Blackthorn Cattle Company's entry number 9, Blackthorn's Nutmeg, again bred by Lance Harder. If you're marking a show program on class number 13, our Highland heifer calves, entry number 9 places second, entry number 12 is fifth, entry number 10 is first. That's our class winner. Entry number 11 is third, and entry number 13 places fourth. Next up will be our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion female class, class number 17 in your show program of the Highland Breed section of our Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring number 2, All Other Breed Show. Find your next ride at Horizon Ag and Turf. Check out their new and pre-owned lineup of equipment online at horizonagturf.com. It's never been easier to get into the seat of a John Deere tractor. Horizon Ag and Turf, the official tractor supplier of FARMFAIR International. We will take the opportunity to introduce you to our 5 contenders for the Grand Champion Highland Female class as they come on into the ring. Leading the way is our Senior Champion Female, that's entry number 8, Fuzzy Wuzzy Catherine from Double H Genetics Incorporated of Spruce Grove, Alberta. Our Mature Cow Champion is entry number 8. Our Junior Champion, entry number 3, also from Double H Genetics, that's Galaxy Second of Anderson Ridge. Our Reserve Junior Champion Female from Fuzzy Wuzzy Cattle Company of DAP, that's entry number 1. And then we move into our heifer calves, both of which are coming from Blackthorn Cattle Company. Entry number 10, Blackthorn's Nilla, our heifer calf champion, and entry number 9, Blackthorn's Nutmeg, our reserve heifer calf champion. In the ring right now, Horizon Ag and Turf, showing number 2, our Grand Champion Highland Female, and we're just moments away from Judge Landon Schutz declaring the first ever Grand Champion Highland Female of FARMFAIR International's long and illustrious history. Made in Alberta is another one of our sponsors for FARMFAIR this year, proudly brought to you by the Alberta Food Processors Association. Discover local food and drinks on the new Made in Alberta app and madeinalberta.com. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Mike's Hard is a proud partner of FARMFAIR International. Once our bar's open, folks, head on over and help yourself. With a slight fee, of course. A new sponsor this year for FARMFAIR International is New Generation Supplements. Flaxlick is research proven to support male and female fertility using self-fed, weatherproof omega-3 nutrition from the highest quality ingredients. With Flaxlick, you can work smarter, not harder. Olds College of Agriculture and Technology, proudly supporting youth in agriculture for over 100 years, and proud supporters of FARMFAIR International once again in 2025. And folks, in Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2, our Highland show, we're ready with comments on his Grand Champion Female class. Folks, Judge Landon Schutz.
Well, this Highland Female show has certainly been tons of fun and a pleasure to work through these cattle. I expected them to be good for the inaugural show, but they exceeded my expectations. My compliments to all you exhibitors. This has been outstanding for me and definitely memorable for me to be sorting this show. It's a privilege. I'll just walk through my champion lineup here and just let you guys know where I'm at reading them as we get them back out here comparing. I'll start here in front with the pair. Very complete and functional. extended. I think compared to some of these other cattle, maybe don't offer the same show ring eye appeal or stoutness of feature and power, but I definitely like just the completeness and function of your pair. The bred heifer here offers a nice combination of just cow power and punch with a flexible build and maternal look. That's a big ribbed, opened up, wide-based heifer who's square from every view. If I could upgrade her, like I said, in class and division, she could be just even more elite in just her front end and shoulder shape. But I definitely like just her fundamentals and levelness of line. She's in the mix out here for sure. And we followed up with the bred heifer, or the yearling behind, who's awesome in her skeletal quality and balance, very attractive, and had a high appraisal of her for that. But in division and out here in class, just kind of gets out-horsed in her rib shape and muscle width from behind. But I really like her skeletal quality and balance. These calves here, I thought, offered a lot of upside and quality. I really appreciate how well they're presented as well out here. The silver heifer in front of me is tremendous, and just her foot size and stoutness of feature with a long level hip and the right shoulder shape and slope set in her knee. With that is striking in her look, and I think adjusted for age has the most power of any out here. We followed up closely with the red heifer behind, who maybe upgrades the silver heifer and just her eliteness and her shoulder shape and set and flex to her hock. That's getting very critical of two exceptional animals there. I really like this view right here and just the freshness and sweep to her center body and squareness from behind. That's a contender out here as well for sure. I'll just kind of bring you guys to where I'm at, ground level when I'm in the ring judging these things. My family, we raise shorthorns and some club calves, and we sell the majority of our cattle and make the most of our income in purebred production sales and trying to raise the bar and just the quality and upside and breeding value in our females. And that's how I judge out here. I'm trying to perfect structure and balance and trying to find that female that can be cornerstone to upgrade the next generation. I think there's two out here that really do that for me. These two calves, they're exceptional in their quality. I'm going to use them for Grand and Reserve in the Highlands show today.
And thank you very much, Judge Schutz. Our heifer calf champion and reserve heifer calf champion go Grand and Reserve for Blackthorn Cattle Company of Derwent, Alberta, both bred by Lance Harder. Congratulations to Blackthorn's Nilla, entry number 10, and Blackthorn's Nutmeg, entry number 9. Our heifer calf and reserve heifer calf champion go Grand and Reserve of our premier Highland show of Farm Fair International. The heifer calf champions become our grands. We'll head off on to the show champion shot box, folks, for pictures of Blackthorn's Nilla and Blackthorn's Nutmeg with our judge Lannon Schutz. We'll be back here in Horizon Ag and Turf, show ring number 2, for our bull show in just a few minutes' time after Judge Schutz and Nilla and Nutmeg get their pictures taken over at the show champion shot box.
Show Champions would like to thank the Farm Fair Committee for having them back at the 2025 edition of Farm Fair International. They wish the best of luck to all the exhibitors this week. Show Champions is the official photographer of Farm Fair International, and visit showchampions.com to purchase your photographs. And remember to tag Show Champions on your social media posts. Thank you to the Show Champions crew. Of course, they always don the Show Champions wear. You'll find them in the ring and you'll find them in the shop box, which is where we have just finished up our Champion Speckle Park. And I believe we'll be ready to go in just a few moments' time with our bull show here in the Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring number 1. And folks, over in show ring number 1, we're ready with our junior bull calf division. For our judges, Jill and Riley Mader, we have 1 entry in this class. This is our junior bull calf class. This entry is born in March. This is our junior bull calf division. And with that, folks, we're going to have comments from Judge Riley Mader on our junior bull calf division.
Well, I think we've got a real nice individual out here that certainly could have stood some competition. I think a bull that's really got some structural integrity about him. He gets out, he travels with ease, he's got good flex on his pasterns. Kind of a cool cat-looking calf when you analyze him from the side profile. He's neat up through that skull and through that neck. You stand behind this calf. He's got adequate shape and stoutness and natural mass and body shape to him. A calf that certainly shows some maturity for just a March 1st type of bull. Yeah, I think just a wide open future for a calf like this that's going to keep pushing the breed forward.
Thank you so much, Riley. Your champion junior bull calf is entry number 15 from KFC Farms with KFC New Orleans 116N. Of course, 116N will be vying for another title in the champion bull ride, but next class is going to be our intermediate bulls. We'll have 2 entries in this class of February-born Speckle Park bull calves. So this is a reminder that our senior bull calves in the Speckle Park show need to be in the marshalling area. Senior bull calves in the marshalling area, please. You are the next division up. We have our intermediates in the ring right now. These are our February-born Speckle Park bull calves.
And ladies and gentlemen, Horizon Ag and Turf, show ring number 2 is back with our Highland show as we move now into our bull section. And we have 7 bull calves coming into the ring for the first of our bull classes. These are all the calendar year calves, so calves born in this 2025 year. And we are expecting 7 to be coming into the ring for Judge Landon Schutz of Stony Plain.
Well, we don't have 7 in the Speckle Park ring, Rob, but we do have 2 awesome ones. And now to give comments in our intermediate class is Judge Jill Mader.
Thanks. I think that we're really happy with the 2 that are in this intermediate division. I just want to point out like the 2 different types and kinds that we have. I think that they fit 2 different purposes. We went with the Power Bull to start with. I think that overall we really like the size of foot on this calf. He's really nice through that front end, but still packs a lot of punch. Get him behind him, he's got a pile of shape in him, he's got a nice sweep of that rib. He's really clean in those lines. I think that he would just become the most balanced bull of the class. We'd like to give him a little bit more testicle today for the age that he is, but I think, once again, I'm getting a little nitpicky. We move into the more calving ease option in second place. You get in front of him, and you see that in his skull and in his front end that he's going to be more the calving ease option. I really like the shape of this bull. I think that he gets a little bit round in his hip structure for me today, but I like this bull out on the move. I think he's going to be a really useful type of calving ease bull. Two nice calves for this intermediate division.
Thank you, Judge Mater. So our intermediate bull calf champion is the entry from KFC Farms, entry number 17. That's KFC Night Moves 75N. And our reserve champion intermediate bull calf is the entry from Highmark Stock Farm with Highmark Nico 14N. That's entry number 16. Next in class, we're going to have our senior bull calves. There should be 3 entries in our next class. Over in ring number 1, we have our senior bull calf division. These are our January-born Speckle Park bull calves. 3 in our class. And please be ready in our yearling bull division, our intermediates and seniors. But before that, we'll have our para bull calves. Will be our next class.
And ladies and gentlemen, moving right along in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2 in our Highland show, Judge Schutz is ready to comment on his first class of Highland bulls. This is the largest class of our show, and it's 7 bull calves. And folks, here is our judge.
An awesome set of bulls to start us off here. The one I used to win, he was the first one in the ring, and he's a stud to lead us off out here. His flexibility and just overall balance and the way he's put together in tandem with his natural shape and power throughout, second to none in this set. That's an awesome headed bull that's really good in his lines, and on his feet and legs underneath, I think is where he really pulls away from the cattle ahead versus the bull in second. I had a higher regard for his shoulder shape and eliteness out of his rear ankle to start us off. Really nice one there. My compliments to you. I follow up in second with the bull that I had the next highest appraisal for, and just the way they're put together and structurally correct in their build. That's a very fundamental and complete bull who I value just his length of hip and overall flexibility in tandem with being as wide and square from behind as any of the cattle. I thought compared to the standout ahead, he just wasn't as elite in his front end shape or in his rear ankle behind on the lap, but that's a good bull to be a solid second place. I thought the bull in third just had more power and shape than the remaining. He's stouter featured and bigger hipped than the bull in fourth. And in his own right, that's a big ribbed, square-made bull who, compared to the cattle ahead, I thought just didn't quite flow out of his shoulder as softly into his forerib. Wasn't as square in his hock from behind either. I think the bull in fourth does offer a lot of quality. To me, he looks like he could be heifer safe with just his smoothness of joints and his head shape and just his overall look about him, and I appreciate that. But with that, compared to the cattle ahead, he just gets out horsed a bit in his total power and dimension, a bull that could be intensified and just the size of his rear bone. And doesn't have the same muscle shape over top or from behind. I really like the way he's put together and problem-free on the lap. Same with the 2 cattle next. I thought they paired up pretty similar. The gold one ahead just has a bit more to him, a bit more base width. I thought even adjusted for age. He's really nicely put together. I have high appraisal of just his shoulder shape and flexibility and squareness of his rear leg. Bull that just gets flatter throughout and not as opened up from the rear view. But a good quality bull there for sure. Like I said, same with the gray one here compared to the gold one. Just doesn't offer the same extension. I'd like to open him up from the rear view as well. Same with the bull here. No doubt he's definitely a bit younger out here, and I think his levelness and flexibility of structure offers value, but just gets outpowered in a strong set and just the size of his bone and base width. But I wish you all the best with your projects down the road. My compliments to you all.
And thanks very much, Judge Schutz. We'll go right over to comments in show ring number 1 from Judges Mater on our Speckle Park show, but just want to tell you that our bull calf champion of our Highland show is entry number 15, Blackthorn's Neptune from Blackthorn Cattle Company of Derwent, Alberta, and our reserve bull calf champion, entry 21, Double H Nashville from Double H Genetics of Spruce Grove. Complete placings in your show program coming soon, but first, over in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 1, comments from Judge Jill Mater. Or Riley Mater.
Well, I think we've got a really unique individual to start this class off with. I mean, this bull just screams power, performance. As soon as he walked into the ring, you just love how this bull gets out and travels. He travels on a nice big foot. He's got great flex in his pasterns and his joints. He's a calf that's attractive enough up through the front end. Yet just, like I say, screams power throughout the whole body. There's a lot of softness and dimension and angularity in this bull. Big testicles underneath. I mean, you just love the maturity to him. I think this is just a really really unique individual to start the class off with, and we look forward to seeing him back in a championship drive to see how he stacks up in comparison to everything else. We'll get the judge here yet today. We get into the second place calf. I think a bull that you just love the softness to. I mean, he's a belly dragon type of bull that's gonna add a lot of softness and thickness in his progeny. I think a calf that you start comparing these bulls back and forth definitely gives up, I guess, in terms of the pounds today. But you know, you got to look at these individuals for different uses within your herd. I mean, it all depends on what your end target is, or what cows need certain traits, certain characteristics, I guess. Different individuals for sure, but two very, very high quality bulls that we look forward to seeing back. We round out the class with the black bull. I think a bull that just gives up a little bit in the power, a bull that cuts up in the flank a little bit, but a bull that gets out and he travels with ease, and certainly more your calving ease type of option with the small skull and a lighter bone column out here today. But nice set of bulls for this senior champion class.
Thank you, Judge Mater. So our senior bull calf division champion is the entry from Greenwood Speckle Park and Desert Acres with entry number 19, Greenwood Coal Country 502N. And our reserve senior bull calf champion, KFC Nashville 30N, that's entry number 18 from KFC Farms. And third in class, Maple Lane Nitera 636N with entry 23. That is, of course, coming to us from Maple Lane Stock Farm. Those are our senior bulls, and we're moving on now to our pair of bull calves. Pair of bull calves, there's a single entry in this class.
And in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2, where we have our Judge Landon Schutz working through our Highlands. We just want to give you complete rundown of placings on class number 19, the bull calves. Entry number 15 is our class winner. First in class will be advancing as the bull calf champion to our grand champion drive. Entry number 16 places 7th. Entry number 17 is 4th. Entry 18 is 6th. 19 places 5th. Entry 20 is 5th, and entry 21 was 2nd, and our reserve bull calf champion. And our Judge Schutz is ready to comment on his yearling bull and junior championship, class number 23. Folks, here's Landon.
Well, they want to keep things rolling here, so we'll get it going here. I thought this pair of bulls, they match up nice together. They're both similar and a similar appraisal in their quality and the way they're put together from the side and their skeletal correctness. The red bull in front of me, he just complements it with more power throughout, versus the black bull, that's the wider top bull that matches his extra power from behind with his added width of pin set and shape down his leg and base width. But like I said, I value just the flexibility of structure, the size of testicle and masculinity of your bulls. My compliments to you both.
And thanks very much to our Highland Judge. First place and our junior champion bull is entry number 23 of our Highland show, Max of Highland Gully. From the Voss crew, Bryce Jans and Dana Voss, with the breeder Kayla and Stan Sword. Breeder of our junior champion bull, Fuzzy Wuzzy McLovin. Entry number 22 is our reserve junior champion for Fuzzy Wuzzy Cattle Company of Dap, Alberta, the Lester Van Hale crew. One class remains in our Highland show before we get into our Grand Champion Bull Drive, and that will be our mature Highland Bull class.
And Rob, over in ring number 1, we have comments from our judge on our pair of bull calves.
Well, it's nice to have unique classes like this. It showcases a breeder's operation a little bit better, and we sure like both of these calves in their own respective classes. I think they pattern pretty similarly. One's obviously a little bit younger than the other one, both different sires, but I think that definitely with the shape and the muscle pattern and the fluidity in their movement, I think that this was a nice pair of bulls to have in this class. Good job.
Thank you, Jill. So your champion pair of bull calves is, of course, coming to you from the entry of KFC Farms Limited of Abbotsford, BC, and, of course, located in Didsbury with a lot of their purebred herds. So congratulations to Ken Friesen and family, your champion pair of bull calves.
Visit your Alberta Ram dealer and get a 10-year, 160,000 kilometer limited powertrain warranty on most new 2026 Ram pickups. That's Canada's best full-size truck powertrain warranty out there. Get into a new Ram pickup today. And a new sponsor for Farm Fair International this year, The Works.
Over in our Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 1, this is our intermediate yearling bull division. These are our February born yearling bulls. For judges Jill and Riley, you have 2 entries in this class, and please be ready, our senior yearling bulls in the marshalling ring.
And in showing number 2, our final set of animals in this Highland show that our judge has not commented on so far are in the ring, and it is our senior champion bull class. Folks, Judge Schutz to talk it for us.
I just want to say before I talk this bull, I've been very impressed with just the foot quality and looseness of skeleton and cleanliness of joints of this Highland show so far. My compliments to all you exhibitors. In this single entry, he matches just that. I have a high appraisal of his foot and ankle quality. I think his combination of moderation and a sound structure with a quality look about him offers some good turnout value for you. If I could upgrade him, I would just make him a bit bolder to turn to his upper rib and open him up with some more shape from behind. But a nice quality bull for you, young lady. We'll take another look at him out here in the drive.
And thanks very much, Judge Schutz. Dunwill's Silver Legend, entry number 24, is our class winner of class number 27, as well as our mature Highland champion bull. For Black Powder Cattle Company, that's Britt Venn and the crew of Oxbow, Saskatchewan, Adele Dunning, the breeder. So now we will have our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Highland class, where our Bull Calf and Reserve Bull Calf Champion, Junior and Reserve Junior Bull, and our mature bull will come into the ring to vie for that first set of banners for Grand and Reserve Champion in the history of the Highland breed and Farm Fair International. And to reintroduce you to our contenders, our Bull Calf Champion is entry number 15, Blackthorn's Neptune, from Blackthorn Cattle Company of Derwent, Alberta, bred by Kevin and Candice Reich. Entry number 15 is our Bull Calf Champion. And our Reserve Bull Calf Champion, Heather Jansen with the Lester Van Hill bred Double H Nashville. Entry number 21 for Double H Genetics Incorporated, Spruce Grove, Alberta, our Reserve Bull Calf Champion. Our junior champion bull is Max of Highland Gully. Entry number 23 from the Voss crew of Burdett, Alberta. That's Bryce Jans and Dana Voss. With the bull bred by Kayla and Stan Sword, Fuzzy Wuzzy McLovin is our Reserve Junior Champion. Entry number 22 from Fuzzy Wuzzy Cattle Company of Dap, Alberta, the Van Hills. And our senior champion Highland bull, Dunwill's Silver Legend, bred by Adele Dunning, shown by Britt Venn and Black Powder Cattle Company of Oxbow, Saskatchewan, entry number 24. In Horizon's Ag and Turf showing number 2, this is our Grand Champion Highland class.
Comments on our intermediate division from Judge Jill Mader.
Well, I think just an extremely heavy type of muscle type of bull to start the class off with. You get behind this bull and you got to really appreciate the stoutness he's got over that loin, the stifle that he carries down low through that lower quarter and that lower twist. Just a big bull type of bull. I mean, you look at the chest floor off the front end and it kind of determines what the rest of the body goes like. And we love the foot under this bull. We love how he gets out and travels. Just a real standout type of bull to lead this class off with. We get into the second place bull, and I think this is where the first place bull gets one up on him is probably just overall length and overall stature. This is a nicely put together bull. He's a lighter bone type of bull, probably a smaller skull to him. Again, we'll talk kind of that calving ease versus performance type of bull, and we need both types of these bulls in the industry and certainly within your breed. But a lot of good in the second place bull too. He gets out, he travels with ease. He's got some softness and some natural fleshing ability to him. Two really good bulls for this junior division.
Thank you, Riley. So your intermediate bull division champion winner is the entry from Highmark Stock Farm and FARMFAIR with entry 21. That's Highmark Manchester 37M. And your reserve intermediate division bull from Greenwood Martin Matrix 34M. That's the McAleer Ranching and Jay Baranecki with entry 22. And Rob, I think there's some excitement building over in showing number 2. Tell us about it.
Well, our Judge Landon Schutz of Stony Plain is checking out the Grand Champion Highland Bull class. We'll be having comments shortly, but he's looking over the bull calf champions, the junior champions, and his senior champion. As for the very first time, Highland is on the verge of having a Grand and Reserve Grand Champion bull declared at FARMFAIR International. In the hallowed halls of the Expo Center, we're about to be able to add a Grand and Reserve Champion Highland to that history.
Over in showing number 1, we have our senior division. These are 2 bulls born in the month of January for judges Jill and Riley Mader. These are our senior yearling bulls.
The UFA Agricultural Community Foundation is proud to stand by rural communities and here to provide the support they need to flourish. The UFA Foundation is here because you're here, working together for the future of agriculture. And we are ready with comments on our Highland Grand Champion Bull class, folks. Judge Landon Schutz.
Well, we started off strong with the female show. It was awesome, but the bulls, they definitely deserve their flowers too. This has been a lot of fun. We started out with probably as deep of a class we've seen today with the bull calves with 7 head in that set. And this bull here, he was a standout to lead it off, and I have a high appraisal of him out here in the Grand Drive as well. That's a bull that's really wide and opened up at the ground with a lot of power and substance in his feet and legs, but he complements it with as much correctness and is as problem-free as any in motion out here on the move. And just with that, gives a catalog front cover look from the side. Really nice one there. We followed up with this bull here, who does have some extra growth and performance at this stage. And I like how he's put together too. Real level lined, good footed, sound structured kind of a bull. Just didn't bring the eliteness the way he's put together of the one ahead to stay second in that division. 2 yearlings in this division, and they both could have withstood some more competition. They're very nicely put together and level made in their length of hip and their pastern set and flexibility on the move. The Red Bull, he just upgrades the black and his total power throughout to win the division. And out here, he's certainly in contention as well. I have a high appraisal of just the way he's put together and his structural correctness and look from the side. Same with the Silver Bull here, the 2-year-old. I think just his moderation, flexibility, his stoutness of feature is very good compared to some of the younger cattle. Just a little disappointed from the rear view, not quite as amped up in his power and punch there, but certainly a lot of breeding value there. I talked him up real good, and there's no question he's my favorite. The bull calf's going to be my champion today. I'll take a quick look for reserve afterwards.
And so our Highland Bull Calf will be our grand champion bull. Judge taking a second look for reserve, but congratulations to our grand champion bull. Same as our grand champion females, folks. Entry number 15, Blackthorn's Neptune, bred by Kevin and Candace Reich and Blackthorn Cattle Company of Derwent, Alberta, breeder, owner of our grand champion. More comments from our judge.
I think it gets close for reserve between the reserve bull calf and the champion yearling here today. I value, I think the yearling bull, he upgrades the bull calf in just a skull and shoulder shape with a softer ankle underneath. He'll be my reserve champion.
And our reserve grand champion going to our junior champion. Congratulations, entry number 23, Max of Highland Gully from the Voss crew of Burdett, Alberta. The bull bred by Kayla and Stan Sword, coming to us today from Bryce Jans and Dana Voss. Congratulations on our grand and reserve grand champion, Highland Bull. Ready with comments now from Judge Jill Mader in our Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 1 and our Speckle Park show. Here's Judge Jill.
Well, a nice pair of bulls here in the senior yearling division. I think we started it off again with the power bull, and maybe that's the theme that we typically have gone with. I think you get in behind this bull, he's got a lot of explosive structure to him. He's got a pile at top and a pile of lower quarter. He's really nice in that front end. He's got a really good foot on him, and I think he just kind of floated to the top easier for us today. Our second place bull's a really extended bull. I really would like to just square him up on his hip a little bit in terms of competing with the top end bull, but he's a really long made bull. He's really smooth in that front shoulder, and I think he's a really useful type of bull.
Thank you, Jill. So your senior yearling division champion winner goes to KFC Farms with KFC Memphis 43M. That's entry 25. And your reserve senior yearling division champion is exhibited by Paula's Speckle Park, and Paula Quito is the owner with PSP Major Storm Wall Street 01M. That's entry 24. They are our 2 senior champion bulls, and we have a single entry coming next in our mature bull division. This is a single entry in our 2-year-old.
The Faculty of Agricultural, Life and Environmental Sciences offers over 40 undergraduate and graduate programs encompassing the entire human experience at the University of Alberta, proud sponsor of FARMFAIR International. Many thanks to the U of A and the Aggie program. Some of us are even kind of proud to say that we're alumni.
Just a reminder to the KFC crew that your breeder's herd and progeny of dam should be fairly ready. Our next class after this senior bull will be our grand champion Speckle Park bull.
Our Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2 will now move into our Blonde Aquitaine and Bronvie breed shows, alternating from class to class. Once our judge Landon Schutz of Stony Plain, Alberta, comes back from having pictures taken with the Grand and Reserve champion Highland yearling or Highland Bulls, we'll get into the Blonde Aquitaine yearlings and the Bronvie yearlings, and then alternate from breed to breed through the female and the bull shows in
Judge
Horizon's
Jill.
Ag and Turf showing number 2.
Judge Jill Maders ready to give comments in our mature bull class.
Well, even though this is a single entry class, I think it's an extremely high quality class. When you get into this 2-year-old bull division, I think that there's a pile of good things about this bull. He's packed with punch. There's a pile of lower quarter here. I love watching this bull out on the move. He's fighting just because of the TV in front of him a bit, but Oh, I just love the rib on this bull. You get in behind him, he's got a pile of top in him, a nice front end, and a giant foot on him. And I think that that's something we really appreciate about breeding cattle is foot quality and structure. So I think he's a really high quality individual.
Thank you, Jill. So your senior bull champion for the Speckle Park show is entry number 26, exhibited by Wolf Lake Speckle Park. Of course, the Brundages as the owner. This is Wolf Lake Leviathan 56L. He is your senior bull. That's entry 26. So, folks, we're going to be ready here with our championship drive in the Speckle Park show. We're going to invite back our bull calves, yearlings, and our senior bull to come back into the ring, and we'll reintroduce them to you in just a moment. From our intermediate division, our champion is Highmark Manchester 37M. Nope, my apologies. Our junior bull calf, it was a single entry, and our junior bull calf is KFC New Orleans 116N. That's entry number 15, exhibited by KFC Farms. Then our intermediate bull calves, the pair of them, our champion in the intermediate division, entry number 17, KFC Night Moves 75N from KFC Farms. In our senior bull calf division, our pair of champions, entry number 19, Greenwood Coal Country 502N was our champion, and our reserve senior bull calf champion from KFC Farms, entry number 18, KFC Nashville 30N. Our senior bull calf champion exhibited by Greenwood Cattle and Desert Acres. Then we went into our intermediate yearling bull champion, and that was Highmark Manchester 37M, entry 21, exhibited by Highmark Stock Farm. Our reserve intermediate, Greenwood Martin Matrix 34M, exhibited by McAleer Ranching and Jay Baranecki. Senior yearling bull champion is entry 25 from KFC Farms with KFC Memphis 43M, and reserve senior yearling entry 24 from Paula's Speckle Parks of Athabasca with PSP Major Storm Wall Street 01M. And most recently declared in our champion bull drive, our 2-year-old. That was entry number 26, exhibited by Wolf Lake Speckle Park, and that's Wolf Lake Leviathan 56L. So congratulations to all of our champions representing the Speckle Park breed here in our champion drive. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the Speckle Park breeders. And of course our judges, Jill and Riley Mader of Mader Ranches from just west of Carstairs, are two of the most well-known, well-liked, and accomplished duo. Of course, their children, Stella and Hawken, are big parts of Mader Ranches. They have a successful bull sale every February and an elite female sale in October. And you'll find them in the ring in the Simmental show later on. But we thank Jill and Riley Mader of Mader Ranches as our official judges for the Speckle Park show. And with that, folks, we're going to have comments from our judge, Riley Mader, on his championship bull drive here in ring number 1, celebrating the Speckle Park breed.
Well, I think as we get into this this final drive here, I just want to make a comment that we were sure impressed with the females that come out in front of us for the female drive. But as we got into this bull show, I think you as breeders and exhibitors just brought it up a whole new level. The quality of bulls we have out in this ring, I mean, from the calves all the way up to the big guys, is just very impressive to see. And I think everybody standing here watching can see that we got into a lot of good classes that you could have switched things up different ways. But yeah, this is what we ended up with, and we're sure happy to have the bulls out in front of us. I think as we got through individual classes, we talked these cattle, but certainly performance and power is something that we look for. And I know as you know, we come from the Simmental breed, but something our eye takes us to as it doesn't really matter what breed of cattle you're exhibiting. I mean, at the end of the day, we got to look at what our purpose of what our breed is in the commercial sector, I think, of this industry. And pounds and power have always paid, you know. It's true. I mean, we sell these bulls out to the commercial world, and those guys get paid by the pound. So I think that's kind of where we ended up with some bulls that had that added muscle, that added stifle, that added twist, with some stretch and some character to them at the same time. We like cattle that got some style and that are up-headed, but at the end of the day, we're looking for cattle that are going to add some pounds, add some punch to their offspring. We certainly run into classes that, like we talked about, that you maybe had the calving east type of bull going up head-to-head with a bull that's going to add some more performance and power, but I guess, like I said, that's where our eye took us to a lot of times was the power and the performance. But we want to congratulate you guys as a breed. I know it wasn't a massive show here today, and I'm sorry if we sped it along. We were trying to stretch it out because we know what it's like in the back trying to get these cattle ready. But we do want to commend you guys on the presentation of these cattle that come out in front of us. It was really nice to see everybody come together and work together to put on a good show here today. And with that, we got two bulls that Jill and I could have went back and forth a little bit. Two bulls out in this ring that probably characterize pretty close to each other in terms of their style, their dimension, their performance. But yeah, we'll go out and we'll pick a champion in reserve. And congratulations to everybody out here.
Congratulations to our senior bull. He will be your grand champion. Speckle Park representing the breed in Supreme Saturday. Congratulations to the Wolf Lake Speckle Park breeders. Entry number 26 is your champion. And then they're going with the senior bull calf champion. Congratulations to Greenwood Cattle and Desert Acres with entry number 19. That's 502N will be your reserve Speckle Park champion bull. Congratulations to the Speckle Park breeders, and many thanks to our official judges. Riley and Jill Mader of Mader Ranches is our official judges for the Speckle Park show, but we're not quite done yet, folks. We do have a breeders herd and progeny of dam classes next, so please, to our single entry breeders, have your breeders herd and progeny of dam ready.
Score big on your small business insurance with Westland Insurance. Coverage that goes further. Edmonton International Airport, Canada's largest by land mass, operates 24/7 without restrictions and provides specialized handling for agricultural products, live animals, and high-value cargo. Learn more at flyeia.com/cargo.
Once again, congratulations to our champion Speckle Park bull, Wolf Lake Leviathan 56L from Wolf Lake Speckle Park, and our reserve Greenwood Coal Country 502N, exhibited by Greenwood Speckle Park and Desert Acres. Right now, we have our breeders herd in ring number 1. KFC Farms is doing our breeders herd, and they're just waiting on their amazing crew to bring the other 2 entries into this breeders herd. Yes? Oh, this is Progeny of Dam. Well, of course. Congratulations, Ashley. This is our Progeny of Dam. Now, if you would like to add to or delete for your breeders herd,
Alberta Angus Association is comprised of 15 directors throughout the province of Alberta to give Angus breeders across our province representation from corner to corner to corner to corner of Alberta. Many thanks to Alberta Angus Association for their sponsorship of FARMFAIR International.
we would invite the KFC entries that are coming to join in the breeders herd to please make their way into the ring.
Alberta beef producers' producer meetings are coming up this January and February, so just a couple of months from now. These meetings are your chance to connect, ask questions, and help guide the work at our ABP. Stay in the loop on meeting dates, market updates, and industry news by signing up for ABP's newsletter at albertabeef.org. That's albertabeef.org.
Once again, we'd like to shine a light on Show Champions. Showchampions.com is the official photographer for FARMFAIR International. And we are thrilled to have the ladies here taking some amazing candidates. This is our Breeders Herd group. This is an entry from KFC Farms. That's Ken Friesen and family. Of course, their headquarters in Abbotsford and the cattle at Didsbury. Congratulations. And while we're at it, Maureen, we might as well get a great shot with their Premier Breeder and Exhibitor banners as well, because KFC has taken home both our Champion Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor for the Speckle Park show this year. Congratulations, Ashley and her crew, on our Champion Breeder and Exhibitor.
Horizon Ag and Turf, showing number 2, now moving into our Blonde Aquitaine and Bronvie classes. Please have those classes at ringside, please. Our judge is ready to go. With over 5 decades of expertise in semen collection and global distribution, including owner use only, EU certified, export and sexed semen production, Elta Genetics is committed to helping you achieve your breeding goals. BrokerLink is a proud insurer of farms and agribusiness. Contact BrokerLink today to get the right coverage for your insurance needs.
We're super excited to have some classes that are joining us. Can you guys tell us what grades you're in? Grade 4. Awesome. Well, welcome to Farm Fair. We just finished the Speckle Park show in ring number 1, which is where you're at. And over in ring number 2, there's going to be some more cattle over there. But we're just taking a little bit of a break in ring number 1, just so you know. But I hope you guys have a super fun time and enjoy yourselves at Farm Fair. Thanks for coming.
Our break is over, Tracy, and Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2, and our class of blonde Aquitaine yearling heifers, class number 35 in your show program. These are all the 2024 models, is in the ring. And Judge Landon Schutz of Stony Plain, Alberta, your class is complete. We're happy to have Landon back in Alberta on a full-time basis. Of course, Landon has Schutz Cattle Company and just held a very successful Bred for Banners sale in the latter part of October. Of course, the last few years, Landon going to junior college down in Oklahoma and then graduating with his degree in animal science from Texas Tech. This is our AOB class, which is 3 blonde Aquitaine and 1 belted Galloway. So our judge being called upon to muster his interbreed or a crossbreed knowledge to evaluate 3 blonde Aquitaine as well as 1 Galloway. And we do want to recommend that you stop in and visit the organizations that are out in the Expo Center concourse between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. throughout the whole 4 days of Farm Fair International. These organizations have solutions to save you money, clean up your yard, keep track of your herd, and a whole lot more out in Ag Tech and Innovation Alley. Make sure your Farm Fair experience is complete by checking out Ag Tech and Innovation Alley just outside of halls A, B, and C. Bud Light, a refreshing taste that's easy to enjoy at Farm Fair International. Have a Bud Light today. Be proactive with Cattle Active, all natural solution for maintaining rumen health and overall well-being. Get 10% off today. Most of our sponsors actually have booths located here in Hall B. Make sure you check them out, including Cattle Active. Once again, folks, our judge looking at 3 different breeds in this class of yearlings in the AOB show. A couple of blondes, a Murray Grey, and a belted Galloway. Testing our judges' medal. In Horizon Egg and Turf, show ring number 2, our AOB show. And to our grade 4 students that are actually here watching Horizon Egg and Turf show ring number 2, our judge Landon Schutz, who's just a little bit older than you guys, is going to actually comment now on why he's placed this class the way he has. And to be quite frank, folks, when you're looking at a cattle show, you're actually looking at really the bovine version of what is truly a beauty contest, where the judge is looking at all of the elements from structure through the conformation of these animals. And now you're going to have the opportunity to hear Judge Landon Schutz talk this class of 4 all breeds yearlings. Folks, Judge Schutz.
Well, I'm glad you guys could make it here for school to watch the cattle show, and I hope you have a lot of fun and take something out of it and learn something here. And this is a great class to watch. We got 3 different breeds here with just 4 head, and I think these 3 ahead of me, in regards to where they rank in their populations for breed, are very close. And if you wanted to flip either pair, I wouldn't argue you. For me, I'm out here today in the big ring at FARMFAIR. The belted heifer's combination of just freshness and balance with her added stoutness of feature best suits me to lead us off. From right here, from the side view, she's my favorite in this set, and just because of she's created with a feminine skull shape, and from there back is as correct as any in the shape and set to her shoulder and knee, and a very just expansive in her rib shape and square from behind. I thought versus the heifer in second, I prefer just her added freshness up front and over her tail head. Maybe draws back just a shade leveler. That's getting pretty critical to and a close call on the top pair. Like this Murray Gray heifer in second, my word for her would just be maternal. She just looks like she's going to make an awesome cow for this young lady, and my compliments to you for getting them shown at the highest level out here. That's just an awesome cow prospect for me, and just her angles and functionality. Super soft made, an awesome bodied heifer that's square and correct on her feet and legs compared to the belted ahead heifer. I'd just like to freshen up a shade, like I said, and also could intensify her and just her foot size and stoutness of feature, but an awful good cow prospect to be a competitive second. I thought the blonde here, I had a high appraisal, young lady, for your heifer's just structural correctness and the way she's put together. I think she's got to be population leading just in that regard compared to the 2 ahead. I think individually and comparatively, a heifer that's just not as soft and amped up in her rib shape and back into her flank. But definitely her hip and hind leg represents a lot of value with enough muscle shape to go ahead to it. I prefer just her looseness of her hind leg and levelness of hip over the heifer next. The heifer next, though, I think for her breed is definitely just an outlier in her extreme muscle shape. She's got a big wagon from behind that stifle. Is as impressive as any out here. But it comes just a bit at a cost. I'd just like to soften her up a little bit in her body shape as well as her rear leg when you pull her to lead. This is a fun class to sort with 4 functional females. My compliments to you all.
And thanks very much, Judge Schutz. First place and our junior champion of our AOB show is entry number 28, PWF Merida 1M from Pearly-Watt Farm of Tomahawk, Alberta. We'll be seeing this belted Galloway heifer as our junior champion of the AOB show in our grand champion female drive, and she'll be joined by the Murray Gray female from Wasquay Creek Ranch of Holden, Alberta, and entry number 27, BCR Mamushi 41M. If you're marking a show program on Class 35, that's the yearling heifer class of our AOB show. Entry 25 places 4th. Entry 26 is 3rd. Entry 27 is 2nd. Entry 28 is 1st. And again, our top 2 will be advancing to our Grand Champion female class. Next up will be 4 yearling heifers as we move into our Bronvie show. In Alberta, Clean Farms operates several free programs, including a multi-year pilot to collect used plastic baler twine and grain bags for recycling. Clean Farms, helping producers manage on-farm plastic waste responsibly. And Judge Schutz, your class is complete. Elevate your construction or home improvement projects with Cooper Equipment Rentals. Proudly Canadian since 1972, Cooper Equipment Rentals is big enough for any job, small enough to deliver personalized care. Visit their Edmonton branch today. Thank you to Cooper Equipment Rentals. And we want to thank Darren Dunford, who is our ringman today on Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring number 2, our All Other Breeds show. He's definitely going to get his 10,000 steps in. We do want to thank a couple of our show service providers for the great work that they provide and value that they add to FARMFAIR International. That includes the friendly team of DLMS, broadcasting our show around the world. They have at any given time people checked in from all across the world, as well as show champions who would like to thank the FARMFAIR Committee for having them back and wish good luck to all exhibitors this week. Show Champions is the official photographer of the 2025 Farm Fair International. Visit showchampions.com to purchase your photographs, and remember to tag Show Champions on your social media posts. And in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2, Judge Lennon Schutz will comment now on his class of yearling Braunvie heifers, including his junior and reserve junior champion. Folks, here's Landon.
This class shakes out real well for me here. I think the 2 cattle up top, I prefer their structural correctness. The heifer I lead off with just does it with an extra shot of extension and femininity to get the start out here. Versus the heifer in second, like I said, just a bit more feminine in her skull shape with her added length of neck and smoothness of shoulder. So I think from their back, they're very similar just in their genuine rib, muscle, and base width. If I could change her, I understand she's not as soft and deep-sided as some of the cattle that follow behind her, but I think just the genuine turn of her upper rib and shape throughout is more than adequate, and probably as good as any out here to start us off. My compliments to you. The heifer in second, definitely no denying how maternal and just functional and complete she is. She's got just the freshest, softest sweep to her lower rib, and matches my class winner's shape of from behind, where I made the call is through a front 1/3. Just didn't read her as classy there to put her back into second, but that's a functional one that should have a lot of breeding value and longevity built into her. Between 3 and 4, both heifers are just a bit tilted forward up front in their shoulder and knee. I'd like to set that back in them, but the one I use third definitely has just more cow power than the one in 4 comparatively. It's the bigger rib, thicker ended heifer who I would just like to freshen up front and give her a bit more set to her shoulder to work her up. But that's a lot of cow power, a stout package there in third. The one next, I prefer just her freshness and the lean condition that she's in out here. That's a refined heifer who's good in her lines and travels exceptionally well on her feet and legs. Just gets out-punched from behind the cattle. I just like to draw her back a bit leveler to her pin set and amp her up in her shape and base width from there down. But this was a nice class to sort. All are very functional. I wish you the best with them down the road.
And thanks to Judge Schutz for comments on our Braunvie yearling class. Our class winners, entry number 30, Paxman May Hope from Voss Braunvie of Burdett, Alberta. And second place, entry number 33, Swiss Tradition Minty from Swiss Tradition Braunvie of Leduc County, Alberta. If you're marking a show program on class number 36, that's our Braunvie yearlings, born in 2024, entry number 29 places fourth in class. Entry number 30 is first. That's our class winner. Entry 32 is third. Entry 33 is second in class. Again, advancing to our champion drive of the females for our Braunvie, representing our Braunvie yearlings, entry 30 and entry number 33. We move now into our production wings as we're looking for a 2-year-old Braunvie cow-calf pair to be coming into the ring. It'll be a single entry class. And then we'll be moving into our mature class for the Braunvie. Once we've got the cow-calf classes complete, then we'll get into our all-breed heifer calves and Braunvie heifer calves. And then, folks, that puts us just really a few minutes away from our Grand Champion female drive for the AOB and the Braunvie. Country Junction Feeds. Over 6 decades of dedication to agriculture. Proud to partner with FARMFAIR International, celebrating over 50 years strong. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're marking a show program, class number 39 is a scratch. Class number 39 in our Horizon Ag and Turf Showing number 2 will not be happening. That is a scratch. So class number 40 is coming next. And entry number 35 is in the ring. And Judge Landon Schutz, your class is complete. This is our lone Bronvie 2-year-old. Next class will be our Bronvie mature cow. So Bronvie breeders, please make sure you have your 4 mature cow-calf pairs at the hitching ring. You'll be rolling into the ring in just a couple minutes' time.
This is one heck of a 2-year-old Bronvie cow here, and I really value and appreciate how she maintains that kind of rib and production shape and flesh to her while putting that much growth and performance into her calf as just a 2-year-old. That's impressive nonetheless, and in her own right, there's lots of quality in that cow. Very nice in her skull shape and flexible, and angles read just right in her structure, and she complements it with lots of rib and shape and squareness from behind with a pretty good udder as well. The calf, no doubt, just tons of performance, a big outlined heifer that's long-sided and heavy-boned and big-footed. If I could modify her, I'd just like to clean her up and relax her in her shoulder shape and could be softened in her rear ankle as well. But that's a powerhouse of a heifer calf. We'll take a closer look at them out here in the drive in a few minutes.
And thank you, Judge Schutz. In our Bronvie show, first place, 2-year-old in class number 40 is entry number 35 from Eloy Slorok of Prairie Gold Bronvie of Rosthern, Saskatchewan, Swiss Tradition Lara. The 2-year-old cow, bred by Ian and Verena Peden, is our class winner and will be coming back in to contend for our mature female championship or our senior championship. Congratulations, entry number 35, our 2-year-old class winner. Next up, class of 4. 4 mature cows. One as old as 5 and the other 3 years and older. For class number 42, our mature cows of the Bronvie breed. Davis Reardon has 35 years of experience with bovine embryo transfer. They provide a high quality of service both on farm or at their state-of-the-art center. The Davis Reardon experienced and highly trained staff are committed to providing the highest quality of service and obtaining optimal results. Davis Reardon has been a longtime sponsor of FARMFAIR International, and we're happy to have them back once again in 2025. As FARMFAIR International moves into its second half-century of operations after last year's 50th anniversary celebrations. Edmonton's besthotels.com says thank you to guests staying at any of their 50-plus hotels. Edmonton's besthotels.com, proud sponsor of Farm Fair. In our show ring number 2, sponsored by Horizons Ag and Turf, we're just waiting on our Bronvie mature cows to be coming into the ring. 4 pairs to be coming into the ring. Our ringman Darren Dunford getting them all straightened out there with the marshalling staff as Horizons Ag and Turf show ring number 2 keeps rolling along. And here they come, folks. Once again, we're expecting 4 mature cow-calf pairs for our Judge Lennon Schutz of Schutz Cattle Company at Stony Plain to evaluate and determine who will be advancing to our very next class, which will be the Senior Championship of the Bronvie females. And Judge Schutz, all 4 pairs are present and accounted for, and our class is complete. Explore Edmonton manages the Edmonton Convention Centre and this, the Edmonton Expo Centre. While EEC's mandate is focused on attracting visitors from beyond our capital city's limits, what Explore Edmonton does and how they do it also enhances and amplifies the quality of life for Edmontonians and for people across the capital region. Explore Edmonton, proud host and sponsor of FARMFAIR International. Horizon Ag and Turf doesn't just sell John Deere equipment, they also have an online store with endless amounts of John Deere merchandise. Start shopping for John Deere toys, clothing, and more at horizonagturf-store.com. That's horizonagturf-store.com today. And in Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2, our AOB show continues. Judge Landon Schutz ready to comment now on his Braunvie Mature Cow class placings.
There's a lot of trade-offs in this set, in my opinion. All 4 pairs are functional and plenty complete and look like they're going to go out and be long-lasting in production. The top pair, these 2 pairs ahead of me, just complement that with a bit more cow power and substance throughout. I think the decision for me as I think I give the calf the slight advantage on the pair that I lead off with, and I prefer the cow in second, just a shot. So that's kind of where I was thinking in my head, making my class-winning decision. The pair that I used to win, I think the bull calf versus the heifer, I think he has the advantage, and just his skull and shoulder shape drawing back leveler and longer over his hip, with a square, more flexible hind leg underneath. And then the cow, if I could just loosen up her spine just a shade, I think that'd be my clear-cut favorite, because I prefer her udder quality, her femininity up front, and her stoutness of feature underneath. I'd just like to relax her just a shade in her mid-back there. But what saves her, I think, is just all angles in her shoulder, knee, hip, and hind leg. Allow her to still meet her stride, flexible, and her bull calf, I think, is a real good, powerful individual, like I said, to start us off. The pair in second, there's no question. That's the performance pair of this class. Visually very high performing. This cow, she's 5 years old, and I appreciate just how up-headed and fresh and attractive she is there, while maintaining a level design and a square hip and hind leg. Where I made the call was the calf. I'd just like to smoothen her up in her shoulder and level her on her hip with a bit more femininity. And the cow, like I said, pretty solid cow. If I'm picking on her, she is a little swollen in her rear joints, but that definitely comes with the territory, being a 5-year-old with that much cow power. A close pair there. I wish you the best with them down the road. I thought 3 and 4 was pretty close too. Both cows, I think, are very similar, as well as the calves, just in terms of their power and muscle shape throughout. I think the cow and calf I use in third are just a bit more complete in their structural correctness than 4. The cow, she draws back leveler and longer with a square hock underneath than the 1 and 4. And the heifer calf versus the bull, I just prefer her femininity up front and the way she flows out of her front end, on her softness in her lower joints as well. But compared to the cattle ahead, neither pair just has quite as much power throughout, or is amped up in their rib shape, or stifle and base width from behind. But that was a good set of females there. Y'all should be proud. My compliments to y'all.
And thank you very much, Judge Schutz. First place honors in our class number 40, our Bronvie mature cow, is entry number 38, Swiss Tradition Candy, from SMJ Bronvie of Ardross in Alberta. That's Shaylee Junk, and the Swiss Tradition bred, entry number 38, class winner, and will be advancing to our senior championship. Also advancing will be entry number 36, Swiss Tradition Peace, from Bonwicks Bronvie of Drayton Valley, Alberta. We'll also be seeing this Ian and Verena Peden bred cow in our next class, which is our senior championship. Marking your show program on class number 42, entry number 36 places second. Entry number 38 is first. Entry 39 stands third in class, and entry number 42 is fourth. Our next class will be our senior championship, where our first place from the 2-year-old class comes in against the top 2 from the last class, the mature cow class, to determine who is going to represent our productive cow calves, our senior division of the Bronvie females in our Grand Champion Bronvie Female Drive. So we'll be having 3 cow calf pairs come into the ring for Judge Landon Schutz to determine the champion in reserve among the 2-year-olds and the matures. Next class after that will be our AOB heifer calf. So please, our blonde Aquitaine and our belted Galloway heifer calves, please have them at ringside. And we'll reintroduce you to our 3 contenders. In Horizons Ag and Turf Show Ring number 2, our senior champion female of the Bronvie Show. Our first place 2-year-old from class number 20 is entry number 35, Swiss Tradition Lara from Prairie Gold Bronvie. That's Eloise Larocque from Rosthern, Saskatchewan. First place from our mature cow class is entry number 38, Swiss Tradition Candy from SMJ Bronvie of Ardrossan, Alberta. That's Shaylee Junk, the owner of entry number 38. And in second place from that mature cow class is Bonwicks Bronvie with entry number 36, Swiss Tradition Peace from the Bonwicks of Drayton Valley, Alberta. Ian and Verena Peden of Swiss Tradition, the breeders of all 3 of these cow-calf pairs. This is the senior champion female of the Bronvie Show. Our judge Lennon Schutz to determine champion and reserve champion to represent the productive units or the cow-calf pairs in our grand champion Bronvie female class. Then we'll move into the heifer calves, folks. Brought to you by the Alberta Food Processors Association. Download the Made in Alberta app to explore and support Alberta's best food and beverage producers. Made in Alberta, proud sponsor of FARMFAIR International. Another of our FARMFAIR International sponsors is Mike's Hard Lemonade. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Mike's Hard, proud partner of FARMFAIR International. And ladies and gentlemen, in our Bronvie show of our AOB section of FARMFAIR International, our judge is ready to comment on his mature championship.
Well, that one took me a couple extra minutes. This set of 3 this is a competitive 3 entries as I've evaluated yet today. In my opinion, I think all 3 of these pairs offer division leading advantages out here. I'll start here with those single entry 2-year-old and kind of nickel and dime them against each other the best I can out here. My mind is made up now, and I know what I like, and I'm happy with it. We start off here with the 2-year-old cow, and she's awesome in my opinion. I have a high regard for just her combination of structural correctness with stoutness and power along with it. And she does it with a maternal look. I probably prefer her front end structure and attractiveness as much as any cattle out here. Super broad, just in her boldness over her top line and her mid body, and gives you that same powerful square view from behind. And she's pouring it all in to that heifer calf. That's the visually highest performing calf out here, loaded for bear with just punch everywhere. A big-footed heifer that's stout-headed, level designed over her back and her hip. If I could upgrade her, I'd just soften her up back in her rear rib and flank, give her a bit more femininity. But she checks off the fundamentals of functionality nonetheless. My champion mature pair here, they're right there as well. This bull calf, he's really good. From right here where I'm standing, you can just tell that he's packed full of power, massive hip. I knew it was going to be good from the rear view, but it's really good. That's a huge hip, a big stifle, matches it with genuine width from his pin set down to the ground. From the side, lots of masculinity. Looks like he's going to be a quality herd sire for sure. The cow, she's plenty functional, complete. I picked on her a bit for just working up in her mid-back. I think that still holds true out here. I just like to set her down there, and that's the call with that pair. It's just her top line integrity and levelness back over her hip. But she's very correct on her feet and legs at the same time, and this is correct in her udder as well. A good cow. We follow up closely behind with another high-performing pair. The cow, she's super correct, long, level, and sound on her feet and legs, and does a great job with her heifer calf. Big-ribbed, wide-hipped heifer that I just like out here could tidy up front and level back to her hip. So that's what I think, kind of comparing them back and forth. My personal favorite is the 2-year-old pair up front, and I'm going to follow closely behind with the champion mature pair. And my compliments to all 3 of you exhibitors.
Thank you very much to our judge. Our senior champion of our Braunvieh show, female, is entry number 35, Swiss Tradition Lara from Prairie Gold Braunvieh of Rosthern, Saskatchewan. She'll be coming back in the pole position for our Grand Champion female drive as the senior champion, and she'll be joined by Swiss Tradition Candy to potentially vie for the opportunity to become the reserve Grand Champion female of the Braunvieh show. Entry number 38 from SMJ Braunvieh of Ardrossan, Alberta, our reserve senior champion female. Now, folks, we get into our AOB show with a blonde Aquitaine and a belted Galloway heifer calf. And then we'll be moving into our Braunvieh heifer calf class, where there'll be 6 heifer calves. And then, folks, we're right rolling into Grand and Reserve Grand Champion female of our AOB and then Braunvieh shows. So next up, those 2 heifer calves from the AOB. Flaxlick is research proven to support male and female fertility using self-fed, weatherproof omega-3 nutrition from the highest quality ingredients. With Flaxlick, you work smarter, not harder. Thank you to New Generation Supplements, sponsor of FARMFAIR International. Olds College of Agriculture and Technology, where tradition grounds us, but innovation drives us. And our judge ready to comment on his Heifer Calf Championship of our AOB show. Folks, here's Landon Schutz, our judge.
This is a good pair of cattle. A good pair of cattle here. I made my mind quick, but it's close. The young lady's blonde heifer's fighting the halter a little, but she still represents a lot of quality and just her structural correctness and muscling. I thought the belted heifer just outgunned her. Just had the outright advantage and just her rib and flesh and mass there in her center body to start us off. And she's pretty foxy in her own right, for sure. I have a high appraisal of her from the side view and just how feminine and up-headed she is with a fluffy, sporty set of ears to cap off that attractive look. And her shoulder angle reads just right. She does want to dip Jin just behind her shoulder there, but it comes with the territory for just being that big ribbed for sure. Just getting critical of her. And definitely a stout-featured, big-footed heifer who meets her stride with a bendy hind leg and tons of flexibility. I wish you the best with her down the road. Like I said, the blonde heifer is a real competitive second. I think for breed type, her femininity and smoothness through her shoulder and front 1/3 is very good, and antagonistically complements it with an outlier just in size of her hip and stifle shape, and maintains a correct set of feet and legs underneath, where she falls to competitive second. Comparatively smaller boned heifer just isn't as expansive and soft in her center 1/3 and rib shape. But that's a good pair of cattle there. My compliments to you both.
And thanks, Judge Schutz. Our first place and AOB Heifer Calf champion is PWF Nori 1N, entry 44 from Pearly Watt Farm of Tomahawk, Alberta. We'll be seeing her in our Grand Champion AOB female class as our Heifer Calf champion, and she'll be joined by the Camelchuck family of Little Creek Farms at Collinton, Alberta, with our reserve Heifer Calf champion, entry number 43, Little Creek Fancy Nancy, 33N. Our next class will be 6 heifer calves of the Bronvie breed, all calendar year with a big age gap. The first one into the breed will actually be May the 25th, all the way up to January the 26th, so a 4-month age difference from youngest to oldest. In our final female class of our AOB of animals we haven't seen before we get into our champion drives, 6 Bronvie heifer calves in class number 46. And Judge Schutz, your Bronve heifer calf class is complete. 6 in your show program and 6 in the ring. Our next class will be our AOB Grand Champion female. So if our heifer calf champion and junior champions could be at the hitching ring, please. That's a couple of belted Galloway, a Murray Grey, and a blonde Aquitaine, please, at the hitching ring, so we can roll right in with our AOB Grand Champion female drive. Visit your Alberta Ram dealer and get a 10-year, 160,000-kilometer limited powertrain warranty on most new 2026 Ram pickups. That's Canada's best full-size truck powertrain warranty out there. Get into a new Ram pickup today.
Well, we welcome everyone to join in show ring number 1, our Horizon Ag and Turf Ring. This is the kickoff to the Solaire show, and we're starting with the Optimizer. So this is our percentage Solaire. This is class number 1. It's the Optimizer heifer calf. So this is a calendar year born calf. And our judge, Ty Draves, you have 3 entries in this class. And of course, the age range is from the middle of March to the middle of January. I'm super excited to introduce you to Ty Draves of Ty D Livestock of Streamstown. And we are going to talk a little bit more about Ty. But I think there's a championship lineup happening over in ring number 1, Rob. So Ty, along with his bride Taylor, own and operate Ty D Livestock just outside of Lloydminster. They are proud Simmental breeders featuring full-blood black and red, and also have ventured into the Hereford business. They have an elite female sale in October that just happened called the Backdrop Female Sale, and they partner with Cusio's at the end of February to put on an annual bull sale. Of course, Ty is no stranger to the show ring, as Ty and Taylor have shown some pretty amazing livestock over the years, and we're thrilled to have Ty Draves of Ty D Livestock adjudicating the Solaire show today. And with that, we are ready to have comments on our first class in the Solaire show, Optimizer heifer calves, from Judge Draves.
I think a really nice class to start off here with the Solaire show. We got this Baldy heifer calf to start it off, just a real attractive female. When she comes in the ring, she really pops, and when you look at her, she get behind her, and she's stout enough, she's big enough top. I think just a really long-bodied heifer and a really nice one to start it off. The heifer in second is a pretty close second. I just think she gives up a little bit of more of the attractiveness, especially up through that front compared to the heifer in first, and maybe not tracking off that back wheel just a little compared to the heifer in the first place, but 2 really good heifers to start it off. Third place heifer down here, I think, just gets outpowered today. Really nice heifer in her own right. She gets out and moves fairly nice. Just a nice heifer to round out the class.
Thank you, Ty. So your champion Optimizer heifer calf goes to entry number 3. That's N42 Miss Nightingale 51N from North 42 Cattle Company of Sexsmith. Your reserve champion Optimizer heifer calf is Clear Lake Nicely Finesse 503N. That's entry number 2, exhibited by Clear Lake Solaire of Barhead. And third in class, entry number 1, WA Nacho 3N coming to you from Whispering Aspen Ranch of Cecil Lake, BC. Congratulations to our top two. Our next class will be a single entry class representing the Optimizer Yearling Heifer.
And in Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring number 2, we have placings on our final class of Braunvieh females. Before we get into our champion drives, our class number 46, the heifer calves, and Judge Lennon Schutz will now comment on his class.
This is a nice set of heifer calves. For me, my leadoff just totals up the most good. Is the hardest default for me. Versus the heifer in second, I prefer her femininity, and I like her structural correctness over 3. And in her own right, just a very maternal, fundamental kind of a female that's stout everywhere. Her skull, her feature, and her feet underneath are all heavy boned and read powerful with a square view from behind. It still complements it with an adequate balance and a nice neck set and a femininity to start us off. My compliments to you. I follow up with this powerhouse in second. She's loaded for bear with punch, a big outlined, level designed heifer who's also square from behind. Where I make my class-winning decision, as I don't read her quite as feminine through her head and neck, her float of her shoulder quite as soft is my favorite, but that's a good heifer with a lot of power, and 2, I prefer her levelness of hip over 3. 3, I like her femininity and refinement. She's the most up-headed with my favorite skull shape and jaws back, very correct on her feet and legs and problem-free in motion. Where I slot her third today, heifer, in motion and from the rear view, just wants to duck and wedge in her pin set. It doesn't have quite the cow power comparatively of the 2 ahead, but that's a feminine one with lots of functionality in 3. So is 4, but compared to 3, just doesn't have quite the power or muscle, I think, even adjusted for age. But she is as good as any, and just the quality through her front 1/3, and still has more than enough bone and foot underneath her. I think just today runs out of forerib and shape from behind, but I like the quality of your heifer for sure. I thought these 2 were close here to round us out. Both are big, powerful, more husky kind of heifers, and I value that for sure. I thought the mans that I'm going to use to win the pair just drew back a bit leveler and longer over her hip to split a close one there. That's a powerful heifer. I just like to rock her back in her shoulder angle and give her some more femininity to move up the line, but she looks like she's going to raise bulls for sure. Same like I said with the one that closes. She's stout everywhere, just like with to relax her in her mid-back, draw her back leveler over her hip, but a good, powerful heifer. I wish you the best down the road.
And thanks very much to our judge. Our Braunvieh heifer calf champion is entry number 50, Swiss Tradition Nora Bell from Swiss Tradition Braunvieh of Leduc County. She'll be our representative of the heifer calves and our grand champion female drive. Entry number 52, the reserve champion, Prairie Gold Nala, is our reserve heifer calf champion. We'll go down those placings in just a few moments' time, but first off, over into Horizon Ag and Turf Showing number 1, where Ty Draves has comments on this latest Solaire class. Folks, Judge Draves.
Oh, I just got a single entry here. I think a heifer that could definitely stand some competition. She's really nice uddered, gets out and moves fairly well. Maybe if I was going to critique her a little bit, I'd maybe like to see her sit down on them pasterns just a little bit nicer, but I think a heifer that you really have to admire from the length of spine and the fresh up front feminine look she has. Really nice headed female. Just a nice single entry here.
Thank you, Ty. So our champion Optimizer Yearling Heifer goes to entry number 5, PW Marta 4M, exhibited by PW Stock Farm of Foothills, Alberta. If there's anybody in the Solaire fraternity that would like to be a ribbon presenter, you're more than welcome to come over and hand out the ribbons and division boards. There needs to be a ribbon presenter.
In Horizon Ag and Turf, show ring number 2 and our Braunvieh show, running down your show program on that class number 46, the heifer calf section of our Braunvieh show. Entry number 46 is 4th. Entry number 48 places 6th. Entry 49 is 5th. Entry number 50 is our class winner. That's our heifer calf champion. Entry number 51 is 3rd, and entry number 52 is 2nd, and that is our reserve heifer calf champion. What we're looking for now is the heifer calf champions and junior champions of our AOB show to come back into the ring to determine the representatives from AOB to be going into Supreme Saturday with our Belted Galloway and Murray Grey yearling heifers and our Belted Galloway and Blonde Aquitaine heifer calves. And so we will reintroduce you to those top 2 placings and division champions from class number 35, our yearling heifer of the AOB show. Entry number 28 is our junior champion, PWF Merida 1M from Purley-Watt Farm of Tomahawk, Alberta. Our reserve junior champion, BCR Mamushi 41M, entry number 27 from Wasqui Creek Ranch of Holden, Alberta. And then from our heifer calf championship drive, where entry number 44, PWF Nori 1N, again from Tomahawk, Alberta's Purley-Watt Farms, was our heifer calf champion. And the reserve heifer calf champion, the Blonde Aquitaine from the Camelchuck family of Collinton, Alberta, entry 43, Little Creek Fancy Nancy 33N. In show ring number 2, sponsored by Horizon Ag and Turf, this is our AOB Grand Champion female, determining who Judge Schutz puts into the Supreme Championship on behalf of the AOB this coming Saturday.
And Rob, over in show ring number 1, we have the Optimizer 2-year-old cow-calf pair class. And for Judge Draves, there is a single entry in this class. So if you're following along in your show program, this is entry number 3, class number 3, entry number 6. So please be ready. Our yearling heifer and top 2 heifer calves, as our next class into the ring number 1 will be our champion Optimizer class. And Ty is ready to give comments on this 2-year-old pair class. Judge Draves.
Just another single entry here in this pair class. A really nice cow to have out front here today. Nice neck cow. You get in front of her. She's got a really nice skull on her. Nice shoulder, ties it in really well. Just a really nice cow. Doing a whale of a job on a big calf. A calf that you get behind. He's stout. He's big top. Just a nice pair to start today.
Thank you, Ty. So our champion 2-year-old Optimizer goes to entry number 6 from Scattered Spruce Solaire, Harry Hill, Alberta, with TSC Lil Sugar 377L. Congratulations to the Yakimchucks. And our next class in will be class number 5, our grand champion.
Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2 is ready for comments on our Grand Champion drive of the AOB show. Folks, here's Judge Lannon Schutz to tell us all about it.
This AOB show has been great. I'm really enjoying myself out here today, and in this AOB female show, I'll say that just the depth at the bottom of the classes and depth of quality overall is as good as I've evaluated today here in all other breeds shows. I'll just start here, walk you through all 4 of them, and tell you where I'm kind of at here in center in the ring. We start off with the belted heifer in front of me, and she's very structurally correct with lots of rib and mass from behind. Very complete individual. I like her head shape and the way she flows out of her shoulder, and just the utility out of her feet and legs. Very fundamental with some added quality for sure. She's in the hunt out here. And I followed her closely with the Murray Grey heifer, who I said is very maternal. I think she still is out here. That's a female, the longer you study her, the harder she is to break down and fault. Very correct. She's up-headed, long-sided, and correct and problem-free on her feet and legs. It's where I made the decision compared to my division winner. The heifer just has a little extra white tissue, not as fresh as the one ahead. I didn't think she was as intense and stout in her feature of her feet and legs. But that's a very problem-free, correct individual. My compliments to you. Then in our next division, another belted heifer who's very intriguing in just her outlier pieces, you will, that she brings to the table, I think, for her breed, just her neck set and femininity and attractiveness, while antagonistically doing it with some added stoutness, was very good. Where I fault her out here today, I don't know if it's just from the trip to town or how she's created a heifer that's just a little tight and rigid out of her left hind leg in particular, swinging it. But I like just the cool pieces, an overall balanced look of your female with lots of belly to go along with it. I followed her up with the blonde heifer, who's as intriguing of a blonde as I've evaluated today, if you will. She's very just correct and smooth made with lots of femininity, but still packs a punch from behind, just individually and comparatively. Not quite as much rib at this stage of the game, and maybe even adjusted for age as well. So with that, I'm going to keep the two big heifers together. The furthest away from me, I think they're just the most structurally correct, offer the most maternal function for me out here today between these four, but four outstanding individuals. My compliments.
And our grand champion female of our AOB is going to be both of our junior champions. Congratulations to those entries from the yearling section of our AOB show. Our junior champion goes grand, and our reserve junior champion goes reserve grand champion. Congratulations to the belted Galloway and the main end, the Murray Gray, entry number 28, PWF Merida 1M from Purley-Wad Farms of Tomahawk, Alberta. That is our grand champion female. Our reserve grand champion, entry number 27, BCR Mamushi 41M from Wasquee Creek Ranch. The Murray Gray female of Holden, Alberta is our reserve grand champion.
And Rob, over in ring number 1, we've got our championship drive representing the Optimizer Female Show, and we're ready for comments from Judge Ty Draves.
Not a whole bunch in this class, but I think the quality is there. Down at the end here, we got a strapping good bull calf with a good scrotal size on him, real stout calf. The cow's really nice, ties into her shoulder and her neck really well. You get behind her, she's super stout. The bred heifer, you just got to love that fresh and feminine look she has, straight in her lines, and just two really nice heifer calves to have in this championship female class. I'm going to go out and select you a couple champions.
Congratulations to our 2-year-old pair from the Yakima Chucks. That is your champion Optimizer, followed by the yearling heifers. So TSC Little Sugar 377L is your champion Optimizer female, followed by the reserve, or the yearling rather, entry number 5, PW Marta 4M from PW Stock Farm of Foothills, Alberta. So congratulations to Scattered Spruce Solaire and PW Stock Farm, your champion and reserve in the Optimizer Show. For Judge Draves, we only have one class of bull calves in the Optimizer. So it's one class that'll also act as our champion, Optimizer bull champion as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to welcome the Ghanaian delegation to FARMFAIR International, led by our Deputy Minister, John Dumelo, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Food. This dialogue will convene African and Canadian policymakers, institutional leaders, and private sector representatives to strengthen bilateral and continental partnerships in trade, agribusiness, and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, some words from Deputy Minister, Agricultural and Agribusiness Mission, John Dumelow.
Hi, good morning. How you all doing? My name is John Dumelow. I'm the Deputy Minister for Food and Agriculture from Ghana in Africa. And we're here this morning to see how best we can collaborate with farmers in Alberta, and then also see how best we can have a lot of investment back home in Ghana. And so on that note, I just want to assure you that you guys are welcome to come with us back to Ghana to see how best we can develop our agricultural industry. Thank you so much and enjoy your morning.
And thank you very much, Deputy Minister. We appreciate the Ghana Canada Agriculture and Agribusiness Mission. Wish you all the best for your time at FARMFAIR International, ensuring that Ghana-Canada relations move forward. Very exciting. Thank you very much, everybody. And in our Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2, we'll be moving into the ring with our Grand Champion Bronvy female class in just a few moments' time.
For Judge Draves, 3 entries in this class, and your birth date range is from mid-January to the end of March.
So, ladies and gentlemen, here come into Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2, our contenders for the Grand Champion Female Drive and the right to represent the Bronvy on Saturday and Supreme Saturday at FARMFAIR International. Our junior champion is entry number 30, Paxman May Hope from Voss Bronvy and the Voss family of Burdett, Alberta. Our reserve junior champion, entry number 33, Swiss Tradition Minty from Ian and Verena Peden of Swiss Tradition Bronvy, Leduc County. Our senior champion female was from the 2-year-old class, entry number 35, Swiss Tradition Lara from Eloise Larocque of Prairie Gold Bronvy of Rosthern, Saskatchewan, bred by the Pedens. Our reserve senior champion Bronvy female, Swiss Tradition Candy, entry number 38, from Ardrossan, Alberta's SMJ Bronvy, coming to us from Shaley Junkin, again bred by Swiss Tradition. And then once we got into our Bronvy heifer calves, our heifer calf champion is Swiss Tradition Nora Bell from the Pedens of Leduc County, entry number 50. Our reserve champion, Prairie Gold Nala from Prairie Gold Bronvy of Rosthern, again the Larocque crew, entry number 52. This is our Bronvy Grand Champion Female Drive.
And with that, folks, we're going to have comments on our Champion Optimizer Bull division from Judge Ty Draves.
Three really nice bulls here in the Optimizer Bull Championship class. We got a red calf at the front that's just a little younger than the two at the back, but I think a bull with a lot of good in him. He's got a great scrotal development. You get behind him and he's adequately stout and good topped, and just a really nice, clean looking bull. The calf that's behind him, a real rugged, kind of long-bodied calf, really good scrotal under this calf. You get behind him, he's super stout, big topped, just a nice calf. The calf behind him, a calf that I think you really have to appreciate for the length of spine in this calf. A calf that gets out and moves really well. Good scrotal under this calf. Just three really nice bulls for the championship. I'll go out and slap you a couple. Champions.
Congratulations to our entry number 8 from Scattered Spruce Solaire of Harry Hill with your champion. YFS SSS Legendary 105N is your Optimizer Bull Calf champion, followed by our reserve is the entry number 9, N42 Northern Napalm 33N from North 42 Cattle Company of Sexsmith, Alberta. Rob, over to you in ring number 2.
Oh yes, and we're ready with comments from Judge Schutz on his Grand Champion Braun v Female class. Folks, here's Landon.
A real solid Braun v Female show today with lots of depth throughout the classes, in my opinion. And when we get my favorites back out here, I think there's just lots of maternal function down the lineup, and even some uniformity and consistency with the type and kind that get out here. We'll start with the yearlings here in front of me. I really like this heifer. I think just from the 3/4 view, one that's real smooth and blends as seamless as any. An up-headed, extended heifer that jaws back long and level is correct on her feet and legs underneath. Out here in the drive, I think a heifer that could be just softened up a shot, but I like her quality for sure. I follow up with the one behind that is a touch softer, a real maternal yearling heifer that's also correct on her feet and legs. Just didn't read her as feminine or extended through her front 1/3. The 2-year-old pair here in front of me, this cow is awesome. I think just her combination of power and structure, like I said from the onset, is as good as any in this show, with a maternal look and some real world production pieces as well. Correct udder, awesome foot shape underneath. Calf at side, really good, high-performing heifer. That's impressive to get that kind of weight per day of age out of a 2-year-old. No doubt a powerhouse. So she could be a bit classier in her look up front, but definitely checks off just the basic boxes of cow power and functionality. The pair's in contention for sure. And we followed up with the pair closely behind, Bruiser of a bull calf. That's an absolute tank, I think, for his breed, and even comparative to other breeds, one that could hold his own. The cow, I like her femininity and refinement, while being stout featured with some muscle. She could just be relaxed in her mid-back and softened up in her center body. Heifer calf, very maternal and complete, has some extra power and performance as well, compared to a couple out here. Maybe just doesn't complement that with quite the same eye appeal, but I definitely like her cow power and punch. With that, I think I'm going to go with the 2 pairs. I think they just total up the most good for me today in combining structure with real-world pieces and some extra body out here. My compliments to all of you. I wish you the best down the road.
And thanks very much to our judge, Lennon Schutz. Our grand champion, Braun v Female, is entry number 35, Swiss Tradition Lara. From Prairie Gold Braun v of Rosthern, Saskatchewan, Eloy Slaroke, the owner of our grand champion Braun v Female, entry number 35. Our reserve grand champion, also from the mature division, that's our 2-year-old being grand and our mature cow being reserve, Swiss Tradition Candy, entry number 38 for SMJ Braun v of Ardrossan, Alberta. That's Shaylee Junk's pair. The cow with the heifer calf is our grand champion. The cow with the bull calf is our reserve. That's entries 35 and 38. Congratulations, folks. as we conclude our Bronvi females, and then we'll be moving into our bull show in just a few moments' time. A new sponsor at FARMFAIR International this year, The Works.
This landscape we're standing on right now has developed over millennia.
It's about balancing the proper growth, the proper stages of the grass that's there.
These lands are extremely vital to the health of the ecosystem.
It's my responsibility and duty to maintain that ecological cycle.
Love for the grazing lands, it's in every ounce of fiber that I have.
Alberta Beef, where land meets legacy.
You don't think that's too cheetah looking? Does that look cheetah looking?
No.
This NFL season, a clean, crisp taste that's easy to enjoy. Bud Light.
Cattle Active is unique in itself. You know, you can administer it however it is most convenient for you.
I've gone from an 80% breed up in my heifers to a 95, 96% consistent on the last 8 years.
Our whole goal here is the biggest, nicest calves and the cows that breed back and raise nice calves. So why not give them that extra boost, especially for the cost?
Less stress on me and less cost at the end of the day.
And there are a lot of gimmicks out there, but this isn't one of them.
Meet Joe. Joe knows that a happy partner equals a happy trip. Joe booked a room through Edmonton's besthotels.com and scored up to $225 in rewards. Hello date night, fancy dinner, the works. Joe is smart. Be like Joe. Visit edmontonsbesthotels.com to book your next stay in Edmonton.
Every day brings new challenges, and at High Hog, we're here to help you tackle them. Our manual cattle squeeze chute is designed to streamline your cattle handling. This chute is equipped with a reliable self-catching headgate adaptable to your operations, engineered for safety and convenience, putting you in full control. See the difference High Hog's manual chute can make. Visit highhog.com to learn more.
Alberta has always been a treasure trove of flavors. But with so many options out there, how can you be sure you're supporting your neighbors and nurturing the heart of your community? Introducing Made in Alberta, designed to help you support your local producers, processors, and growers, creating a ripple effect of positive change. Look for the Made in Alberta label. Together, let's build a stronger community, one neighborly choice at a time.
Meet the Harders, the 7% Mike's Harder lemonade family with the OG Mike's Harder, the 1-liter bottle, and the mix pack, flavors that go harder. That's the Mike's Harder lemonade family.
Actions may speak louder than words. But when those words are Canada's best powertrain warranty, or Canada's longest lasting heavy-duty diesel pickup, or even 540 horsepower, well, those words speak plenty loud. Nothing stops Ram.
From the land to the lab, the Faculty of Agricultural, Life and Environmental Sciences is working on incredible advancements that produce more food, use less energy, and strike a better balance between our economy and our environment. We are leading the way in beef genomics and rangeland research, proving that producing quality beef cattle while protecting grasslands and saving money is possible and critical for advancing the economic, environmental, and social sustainability of Canadian beef. We're changing the world right here at the University of Alberta.
In the shop or in the field, minding crops and checking yield, behind the fence and on the road, you'll find an unspoken, honored code. An understanding to provide, to feed the people near and wide, to carry the workload on their shoulders and pass it on when they get older. With grit as their strength and pride as their armor, we thank goodness for the Canadian farmer.
And in Horizon Ag and Turf, show ring number 2, we are back with our AOB bull calf class. These are our bull calves born in 2025. There is one scratch from your show program. Please scratch entry number 55. Please scratch entry number 55. And Judge Landon Schutz, your class is complete. Once again, you'll be seeing, folks, our AOB and our Bronvi alternate. And in showing number 2, comments from our judge on his AOB Bull Calf Championship.
Well, a good pair here. There's only 2, but it's still a close call. And there's trade-offs between the 2. I prefer the structure of my leadoff. I read him to be more flexible out of his hind leg. His hawk and pastern in particular is the main difference for me to split the pair. A bull, he does got a little leather up front, a little extra leather, but I think still is put together very nicely, and just the organization of his shoulder and feet and legs, like I said. A bull that both are comparable, I think, in terms of rib and muscle. I give him the edge and structure to start us off. The bull in second, he closely follows, because I just prefer the shape of his skull and the look he gives from the side and the way his neck and shoulder flow into him. But like I said, where I make the decision to put him in second, I just didn't read him quite as flexible or intense in the size of his hind leg. But that's a good-looking bull. Definitely should offer lots of turnout value for you to be a competitive second. I wish you the best with him down the road.
And thank you, Judge Schutz. Clover Hills Storm and Norman 40N is our AOB Bull Calf Champion. Congratulations, entry number 54 from Delaney Kamelchuk of Clover Hill Cattle Company, Collinton, Alberta. And our reserve Bull Calf Champion, David Kamelchuk with Little Creek Nitro 21N from Little Creek Farms of Collinton, Alberta, entry 53, our reserve Bull Calf Champion. Next up, 3 Bronvie Bull Calves in our Bronvie Bull Calf class, doubling as our Bull Calf Championship. First and second will be advancing to our Grand Champion Bronvie Bull Drive, just like first and second from the last class advanced to our AOB Grand Champion Bull Drive.
Over in ring number 1, we're back into the Solaris show. This is class number 10, our junior yearling heifers. There are 4 entries in this class, and our age range is from the end of February to the end of March. Our judge, once again, Ty Draves from just outside of Lloydminster, Ty D Livestock.
And in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2, Judge Schutz, your 3-head Bronvie Bull Calf class is complete. The UFA Agricultural Community Foundation is proud to stand by rural communities, here to provide the support they need to flourish. The UFA Foundation is here because you're here, working together for the future of agriculture. Another of our sponsors at Farm Fair this year is the University of Alberta. Producing more cattle while reducing greenhouse gas emissions, the Faculty of Agriculture, Life and Environmental Sciences is researching a solution. Many thanks to the U of A. And comments from our judge in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2 on the Bronvie Bull Calf Championship, Judge Lannon Schutz.
A set of 3 here that lines up real nice for me. I compliment all 3 of you. Your bulls are all masculine, they're all good-footed, they're all square and even when their testicle descent, and more than functional. But there's no question about it, my leadoff has the most power out here. Compared to 2 and 3, he has the outright advantage. Just muscle shape over his top with the pin set and shape and width going down to the dirt, and gives a real high-quality herd bull look from the side. Nice place to start for me. 2 is visually higher performing, bigger outlined bull. That's, like I said, level-hipped and useful. Lots of utility built into his feet and legs compared to my starter. I just didn't read him to be quite as attractive in the front 1/3 of his build. Didn't pack quite the same heat from behind either. But that's a functional, complete hard sire prospect in 2. So is 3. He's a little smaller scaled and gets outpowered today, but just the shape of his shoulder and skull reads with a lot of quality to me. And he pairs that with a big set of feet and legs. Like I said, just gets out horsed here in a powerful set. Like to amp him up in his rib shape, just the shape down his lower britches from behind. But nice set of 3. I wish you the best with them down the road.
And thank you, Judge Schutz. Our Braunvi Bull Calf champion, first place in class number 52 is Swiss Tradition SMJ Ninja for Shaylee Junk of SMJ Braunvi of Ardrossan, Alberta. Entry 59 is our Bull Calf champion. Our reserve Bull Calf champion, entry number 60, Swiss Tradition Braunvi's Swiss Tradition Nitro, co-owned by Michaela and Albert Fox, entry number 60. Marking your show program on class 52, entry 57 is third, 59 first, and 60 is second. We'll be moving into our AOB Yearling Bowl single entry class, but first up, folks, comments from Judge Draves in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 1 in our Solaire show.
I think a really attractive female to start off this bred heifer class. You get behind her and she's stout, big top. She's good on the move. She's nice up through that neck. She's got a nice head on her and is really, really nice in her lines and makeup. Just a really attractive female to start the class. A heifer in second follows closely. I think a heifer that maybe just gets out prettied here today, a heifer that I really like. You get behind her, she's got some muscling and goes down into her lower 1/3 of her leg. Just a really nice uddered female, a female that I think follows the first place nice and close. The heifer down in third, just a really pretty heifer. I think a heifer, you get her on the move, she walks out nice. I think she just gets outpowered here today. To compete with the 2 above her, but a really nice heifer in third. The 4th place heifer, you get behind her and she's super stout, super big top. I think a heifer that just gets a little out prettied here today with the group that she's with. I think a heifer that's got some really good in her, and I think will go down the road and just be a beautiful cow for this young man. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. So your junior yearling champion goes to entry number 11, Cares Miss Pold Medusa 19M from Scattered Spruce Solaire of Harry Hill, Alberta. Second in class, Cares Miss Pold Mulan 7M, that's entry number 13 from Care Farm Solaire's of Thorhild. Third in class, YFS SSS Miss Destiny 269M, that's entry 12, exhibited by Scattered Spruce Solaire of Harry Hill. Fourth in class, entry number 14, that is the entry from Care Farms Solaire with YFS SSS Miss Marvel 216M. Our next class in the ring will be our senior yearling heifers. For Judge Draves, we shall have 3 entries in this class.
Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2 and our AOB show has our yearling champion determined. Folks, here's Judge Landon Schutz to talk the class.
A solid single entry here that I would say is just fundamental practical kind of herd sire. My favorite view of him is from behind in the rear view. That's a wide pinned and carries that width down to the ground with lots of shape throughout. I think from the side he gives you an attractive look in the shape of his head and neck, but if I could modify him and make him a 10 out of 10, a bull that could be a bit more collected in his top line. I'd like to tidy up his sheath just a shot, and could be a shot larger, and just the size of his foot and ankle as well. But a good bull. We'll take another look at him out here in the drive in a few minutes.
And thanks very much to our judge, Clover Hill Maverick. 402M is our junior champion bull of the AOB class. Entry number 61 is our class winner for Delaney Camelchuk of Clover Hill Cattle Company of Collinton, Alberta. We have all the pieces of the puzzle in play and in place for our grand champion AOB, which is actually grand champion Blonde Aquitaine bull. But before we get to that class, we have a couple of Braunvi classes, including a class of 3 yearling Braunvi bulls. And Judge Schutz, your class is complete. Our 3 yearling Braunvi bulls in the ring, 3 in your show program, and we're golden. Gear up for a great business, farm, home, and auto insurance experience with Westland Insurance. Coverage that goes further. Edmonton International Airport, Canada's largest by landmass, operates 24/7 without restrictions and provides top standards for handling temperature-controlled high-value products. Learn more at Fly Edmonton International Airport. That's flyeia.com/cargo. And we're ready with comments from Judge Schutz in show ring number 2 on our Braunvi yearling bulls.
This class lines up nicely for me. I think the call is between 1 and 2. He kind of got more moderate versus a bit taller. For me, the bull I'm going to start best suits me just for his moderation, his added rib, and shape from behind is most up my alley. This set of 3 just looks like he's going to be a real functional, useful herd sire prospect. He's level over his top and down his hip, correct in his hind leg posture underneath, and more than adequate in his look from the side. Versus the bull in second, like I said, I just prefer more his frame size and his soft, a little bit softer, but a close pair, a good bull to start us off. The bull in 2, I prefer just his attractiveness and his head, neck, and shoulder, and has more than enough shape over his top and from behind. Like I said, he's just pushing the boundaries for being a little tall. For me, I'd like to moderate him, just open him up a shade. Maybe comparatively for age, doesn't have quite the lower stifle and quarter of my starter, but a good bull that's got a nice combination of performance with a flexible build. So does the bull in 3. For his age, a big outlined, long-sided bull that's correct on his feet and legs, has a good set of testicles underneath. Just gets out horsed in this set. I'd like to just open him up at the ground to help him fuel a bit more muscle shape throughout. That's a good set of 3. I wish you the best with them down the road.
And thank you, Judge Schutz. Our junior champion bull, first place in class number 56, is entry number 63, Voss Marlowe, DKV 19M from Voss Braunvi of Burdett, Alberta. We'll be seeing Marlowe in our Grand Champion Braunvi Bull class, and we'll also see Swiss Tradition Marquis, entry number 64, from Ian and Verena Peden and Michaela and Albert Fox of Swiss Tradition Braunvi of Leduc County. If you're marking your show program on class number 56, entry 62 is third, 63 is first, and 64 is second. We'll move into the big boys now, the mature class for our Braunvis. But in ring number 1, we have comments from Ty Draves on our Solaire show.
Really nice couple of heifers to start off this class. I think a red heifer that just hits you really hard. When she walks in the ring, she's got that presence about her. She gets her ears up, and she's just a really attractive female up through her front. She's nice in her lines. You get behind her, she's stout, big topped. She's got a good rib in her. Really nice uddered female. Just a female that I really, really like. The second place female, you have to appreciate this heifer for how long-bodied she is. She gets out and moves really well. Really, really nice up through that neck and head. Ties into her shoulder really nice. I think the reason for today that the red beats her, just for me, is just the presence about her. I think the red one just has a little nicer presence when she walks and she gets stopped and she sets up. I think the black heifer is really really nice in that way as well. I think just for me, just the presence is what separates the two today, but a really nice pair of heifers. The heifer in third, I think a heifer that just gets out horsed and out prettied here today. I think a heifer that's really nice and long bodied. You get behind her and she's stout and she's got a nice udder developing. I think a heifer that's going to go out and be a really nice cow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. So your champion in the senior yearling heifer division is entry number 17, PW Maybelline 2M from PW Stock Farm of Foothills, Alberta. Second in class, TSC, My Kinda Girl 402M from Scattered Spruce Solaire of Harry Hill. Third in class, entry number 15, YFS SSS Miss Merlot 56M, exhibited by Whispering Aspen Ranch of Cecil Lake, BC. Next in class will be our mature cow, but Rob, a single entry over in ring number 2.
Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2 features our last individual class in our Broadway show of animals our judge hasn't seen before. There's 2 in your show program, 2 in the ring, so Judge Landon Schutz, your class is complete. And then we'll roll into a couple of Grand Champion Bull Drives for the AOB, actually for the Blonde Aquitaine and then for the Bronvie. And before we head off for pictures, we'll finish off our group classes. So if you are Voss Bronvie and Swiss Tradition Bronvie, make sure you have those groups ready to roll because we'll do those before we do pictures.
I'm going to leave them as they stand here. The bull in first definitely just has the outright advantage and just the softness and explosiveness of his center body and rib shape versus the one in second. I think he's more collected in his top line, leveler, and his hip as well to win the class. In his own right, I appreciate just this combination of masculinity up front, powerful at the ground, but still very nicely put together. In every aspect. He's in the hunt for sure. I follow him up with another masculine fronted bull who's got the same length of body and correctness of feet and legs. He just doesn't maintain the same top line integrity or isn't as amped up in his center body either. But good job to you. A nice bull to go second.
Thank you very much to our Judge Schutz. Our mature champion, our senior champion of our Bronvie show is entry number 65, Swiss Tradition Leo. From Swiss Tradition Bronvie of Leduc County, that's the Pedons and the Foxes. Our reserve senior champion, entry number 66, Maranatha Voss Louis, DKV 3L from Voss Bronvie of Burdett, Alberta. So we have 2 sets of champion bulls coming into Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2. We'll lead off with our Blonde Aquitaine first, followed by the Bronvie. Our 2 bull calves, followed by our yearling bull for our Grand Champion Blonde Aquitaine bull. And we'll reintroduce you to those contenders because they include entry number 54, Delaney Camelchuck with Clover Hill Stormin' Norman 40N. As our bull calf champion, our reserve champion, Little Creek Nitro 21N, entry 53 from the Camelchucks of Collinton as well. And then our junior champion, Clover Hill Maverick 402M, entry number 61, Delaney Camelchuck's Clover Hill Cattle Company outfit with our senior champion. Showing number 2 features our Blonde Aquitaine Grand Champion Bull Drive right now for Judge Landon Schutz. Of course, our grand champion, Blonde Aquitaine Bull, will be in our Supreme Championship on Supreme Saturday.
And with that, we're going to have comments on our 2-year-old, rather our mature cow class number 15, from Judge Ty Draves.
Super nice pair to start off the class. I think a pair that comes to the top pretty easily for me. This heifer calf is just amazing. I really like her. She gets out and moves like a cat. She's really nice up through that front, just beautiful made, nice lines in her. She's big-footed and just a really nice calf. The cow follows her really nice, big-bodied cow, nice neck, beautiful udder. Get behind her. There's some rib shape there and power. Just a really nice pair to start off the class. The pair in second follows, I think, a red cow that you got to appreciate the length of spine of this cow. Nice uddered. She gets out and moves really well. Just a nice cow to tie in with my first place. The bull calf's pretty cool. I really like him. Just a nice moving guy. He gets out and you just got to appreciate the presence that he has. A really nice calf in second. The pair in third, a really good big rugged bull calf here. She's doing a whale of a job on him. I think a calf that you get behind him. He's stout. He's adequately big ribbed, and you got to appreciate what she's done with him. The cow, I'd like to see her maybe just a little more power to step up with the other two today. But I think a pair that you got to really appreciate, and I think a pair that's really good in their own right.
Thank you, Ty. So your mature cow champion is entry number 20 from Tierra Sol Cattle Company of Clyde with YFS SSS Caesar 56H. Moving off with her heifer calf at side. And your reserve mature cow champion is entry 18, Clear Lake Julie 6J from Clear Lake Solaire of Barhead. And third in class, Care's Miss Pole Janet, 6J from Care Farms Solaire at Thorhild. And to all of our exhibitors in the Solaire show, our next class, class number 17, is up next.
Horizon Ag and Turf is featuring our grand champion Blonde Aquitaine Bull class. Judge Schutz to preside and now to comment.
These three blonde bulls really fit together nicely. I think represent a lot of good, and there's some consistency between them out here, and I'm really happy with that. Before we go any further, I'd just like to take a quick second to thank everyone that's helped put this AOB show on. It's been a pleasure and very well run and smooth for me, and been an absolute pleasure and joy to be out here and work through the cattle so far today. I'm going to continue to look forward to what's to come yet. I'll just run through them here, starting with the bull in front of me. This bull has a real nice combination for me of just body and structure with muscle. A good bull that's very fundamental at the ground. He's as good-footed and square as any out here, and as well as is opened up and soft in his center body and from behind, and still gives a nice look from the side and travels with flexibility and meets his stride without missing a beat every time. Followed him up with a real sharp-looking sire prospect that went reserve division. He's even cleaner fronted than my champion. Really gives a good look about him. And from there back, I thought he was very similar to my champion in terms of just this rib shape, muscle, and width from behind, where I split the difference. So I didn't read him to be as big-boned or flexible out of his hind leg to sit back, reserve division. And then I got into the yearling bull, a single entry that could have withstood some more competition for just his looseness of structure and fleshing ability and body, more than enough muscle shape from behind. I get him out here and compare. I just got to ask myself and evaluate where the trade-off is. I don't read him to be quite as well put together or attractive in his head and neck or shoulder shape, but a good fundamental bull that's very practical. No doubt all of these bulls, they have a lot of muscle, power, which the breed's known for, and that's just right with the times today when we're feeding cattle to as heavy weights as we ever had, and making these cows pushing performance and power every year. But as much as I like that, as much as the next guy, I'm also just as interested in functionality, cow longevity, and just overall maternal function. And I think in a breed with so much power, that definitely can help sort some outliers from the good cattle. That's where I like my bull calf. I think his combination is very good. He's going to win the show. I'm going to follow him up closely with another bull calf. I think a lot of turnout potential in him as well. And my compliments to all of you.
And so thank you, Judge Schutz. Our Blonde Aquitaine bull calves become our Grand and Reserve entries 54 and 53. Clover Hill Storm and Norman 40N is our Grand Champion Blonde Aquitaine bull. For Delaney Camelchuck of Clover Hill Cattle Company, the Camelchuck Senior Division becomes the Reserve Champion with Little Creek Nitro 21N. Of Collinton, Alberta, David Camelchuck and the Little Creek Farms crew with our Reserve Champion Blonde Aquitaine bull. Next class into the ring will be our Grand Champion Bronvie bull, and then we'll roll in, folks, with our group classes before freshening the ring for our main Anjou show commencing in about a half an hour, less than 20 minutes or so.
Over in ring number 1 to our judge, Ty Draves. This is the first and only class of junior heifer calves. We will have 2 splits of senior heifer calves following this juniors. So these are all heifers born mid-February to mid-March. This is your single class of junior heifer calves.
And in show ring number 2, this is our Grand Champion Bronvie bull class. Our bull calf champion is entry number 59, SMJ Bronvie, Shaley Junks, Swiss Tradition SMJ Ninja from Ardrossan, Alberta. That's our bull calf champion. Our reserve is the Pedons and the Foxes with Swiss Tradition Nitro, entry number 60, our reserve bull calf champion. Voss Marlowe DKV 19M from Voss Bronvie of Burdett, Alberta, entry 63 is our junior champion. Our reserve junior champion, again, the Foxes and the Pedons with Swiss Tradition Hondo, Leduc County's entry number 64. And rounding out the field, our senior champion is Swiss Tradition Leo from, again, Ian and Verena Pedon and Michaela and Albert Fox, entry 65, our senior champion. Our reserve from the Vosses, Maranatha Voss Louis, DKV 3L, entry 66 from Burdett, Alberta. Again, our grand champion on the line from this class to compete in FARMFAIR International's 2025 Supreme Saturday. Our judge is Landon Schutz from Stony Plain, Alberta of Schutz Cattle Company, just coming off his very successful Bread for Banners sale at the end of October. We're happy to have Landon back in Alberta now on a full-time basis, having completed his Bachelor of Animal Science at Texas Tech University down Texas Way. He raises some of the great ones, and we're happy to have him sorting through our great ones in the AOB in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2.
And Rob, over in ring number 1, if you're marking your show programs, entry number 22 is a scratch. Entry 22 is outside from our mature champion cow-calf pair.
Looking at our sponsors for FARMFAIR International, they do include Alberta Angus Association, who is pleased to have Cletus Sen as their ambassador promoting the Angus breed across the province. Cletus will be here for the week and certainly for the Angus show on Friday. Many thanks to Alberta Angus for their sponsorship.
Over in ring number 1, we're ready for comments in our junior heifer calf class from Judge Ty Draves.
I think a really nice heifer calf to start off this class. She's bold through that middle. She get behind her and she's nicely stout and she's really good footed. Big boned heifer, really nice neck up through that front end, ties it into her shoulder really well. Just a really nice heifer to start this class off with. The heifer in second, I think it follows the first place pretty nicely. Just a heifer that I think maybe just gets a little out prettied here today, just a little less attractive than the first place heifer. But I think a heifer you really have to appreciate for the length of spine of her, and you get behind her, and she's got she's really stout down into that lower 1/3, and I think a heifer that you really have to appreciate to be in second compared to the first place. I think a heifer in third. I really like this heifer. A long-bodied, smooth-made kind of heifer. You get behind her, and she's adequately stout. I think a heifer that maybe just gets out-horsed here compared to the top 2 heifers for me today, but a really nice heifer in third. The 2 heifers we have down here at the bottom, I think heifers that are really nice in their own right, heifers that will go out and produce. I think 2 heifers that maybe just, for me today, just gets a little more rough-looking compared to the 3 above them. Thanks.
Thank you, Ty. And we'll run through very quick results as we showcased ring number 1. Our junior heifer calf champion, entry 25, GIT Natalie 18N from GIT Performance Cattle of Langdon. Second in class, entry 26, YFS SSS Mix Fix It Girl 176N from Scattered Spruce Solaire of Harry Hill. Third in class, entry 23, Cares Miss Poldnala 4N from Care Farm Solaire of Thorhild. Fourth, entry 24, Cares Miss Pold Nebula 3N from Care Farm Solaire. And fifth, entry number 21, WA Nightshade 4N from Whispering Aspen Ranch of Cecil Lake, BC. Rob, you've got some really huge excitement building over in ring number 2. Tell us all about it.
Well, we do. We're ready for comments from Judge Landon Schutz on his Grand Champion Bronvie class in Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2. Folks, Judge Schutz.
Well, wow. What a tremendous time this has been for me today. I've really enjoyed myself and had a lot of fun working through the cattle. I just want to say I'm very grateful and humbled for the opportunity. It's been a pleasure. Every time I do get the opportunity to go and judge my show, I always do my best to make a point just to take a moment to take it all in, whether it's before the show or while I'm in the ring here, or as I'm leaving reflecting on it. But this one here at Edmonton and FARMFAIR is extra special for me for sure. Getting to come home, see my family, spend some time with the boys back home, and I get to see judge a big show at my hometown. I'll certainly remember it for a long time. But I also wouldn't get to do it if I didn't have the support system that I do. My mom, she's to my right here in the corner. I know the rest of my family, they're watching online. And they make a lot of sacrifices and do a lot for me to get to do what I do. So I just want to say thank you, and I love you. With that, I'd also like to say a big thank you to all the sponsors and volunteers, committee that's put this on to make it a smooth run as it gets. It starts with Darren. He's been out here, just him, and I don't know if I've ever had a ringman do as good of a job as him. I didn't have to think about much. I just got to sit back and place them the way I like them. I really appreciate that. With that, I'd like to thank everyone at the table, making it well run, transitioning between the rings, making sure it's all running smoothly, as well as the people in the back, making sure that the cattle are on classes on time. I know a lot of time, money, and effort is put into this year-round, and oftentimes it's just for one show, like today. Maybe it's the cattle's first trip to town this fall. And and that's a lot for some people to comprehend how much of those three things we put into that just for that. And I know we all like to be as competitive as we can and get our hopes up for just how much time, effort, money we do put in. And as competitive as I am and like to win, I'd just like to remind you guys that there is a bigger picture to all this. The reason that God put us on this earth wasn't to show cattle at FARMFAIR 2025 International. Wasn't for me to judge all the breed shows or for you guys to put time, effort, or money in all year just for one show. This is the small things of the hard work and the networking and just the consistency of all that and getting to do what you love and make a profit with your own business as well is certainly very special. I'd just like to remind you guys of all that, regardless of how you did today, and for everyone else who may be listening for the rest of the week. As far as the cattle, I knew they were going to be really good coming to FARMFAIR, and I was certainly excited leading up to this. But man, it surpassed my expectations. I've seen some standouts, at the top end that have really set the bar high, and I think can push these breeds forward and continue to make each generation better. In regards to this Braun v Bull lineup, there's a couple out here that are just that. There's two standouts out here in my mind that maybe offer as much breed value as I've judged today. This big bull here, he's a stud. He's going to be my champion today. This bull calf here, he's going to be my reserve. He's young and a bit smaller, but he's a mighty tank nonetheless, an absolute beast of a Braun v Bull calf to go reserve champion today. Congratulations.
And in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2, our Braun v Show has our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion bulls declared. Congratulations to Swiss Tradition Leo bringing out the hi-hat to put on the show halter for Ian and Verena Peden. Michaela and Albert Fox with entry number 65, our senior champion, becomes our grand champion. And Shaylee Junk of SMJ Brunvie, Ardrossan, Alberta, has our reserve grand champion with our bull calf champion. Entry number 59, Ninja, becomes our reserve grand champion, Brunvie bull. We will roll right in with our breeders herd, followed by progeny of dam classes, and then the announcement of our premier breeder and exhibitor before we head off for pictures, and then we can get our main Anjou show into the ring. But in our ring number 1, sponsored by Horizon Ag and Turf, we are ready now with Ty Draves, waiting patiently to make comments on his Solaire heifer calf class.
Just a really nice red heifer to start off this split one of senior heifer calves. I think a heifer calf that hits you really hard when she walks in the ring. She's big, bold ribbed, and really stout and huge topped. I don't think I've seen a heifer calf today yet with the top of this one. But a really, really, really nice red heifer calf to start off this class. The heifer in second, you could argue with your second and third places, and I wouldn't argue back that much. But I think a heifer that for me today, you got to appreciate her for the length of spine of this heifer. She's the best footed one in the class by far. I think a heifer that's really soft made, and just a heifer that I think complements the first place pretty nicely, and the heifer in third. I think what splits them for me today is I think this heifer might be just a little tight in the heart for me to compete with the two above her. But I really like this heifer. She's long-bodied and just really, really nice made. The heifer in fourth, a heifer that I think just gets a little bit outpowered here today, but a really nice heifer in her own right. She's big ribbed and just a nice neck, nice fronted female with a nice head on her. I think a heifer that rounds out the class nicely.
Thank you, Ty. So advancing to our senior division finals is entry 29, YFS SSS Nothing But Class. 52N from Scattered Spruce Solaire. Second in class and also advancing Clear Lake Nectar Sweet 502N. That is entry 27 from Clear Lake Solaire of Barhead. Third in class, PW Nicola 3N from PW Stock Farm at Foothills. That was entry 65. And fourth in class, entry 28, YFS SSS Northern Elegance 110N from Scattered Spruce Solaire of Harry Hill. Our next class into ring number 1 will be our second and final split of senior heifer calves for Judge Ty. This will be the 5th of January to the 13th of January. There should be 4 entries in this class.
We are wrapping up our AOB show in Horizon Ag and Turf Show ring number 2. We have our 2 breeders' herds in the class. This is a definite required class to determine how things go for Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor. And then we'll announce those at the completion of our next class, which is our Progeny of Dam class. We have been very proud through our AOB show to have Native Son done well in terms of becoming a sought-after judge with American training, having pursued his Bachelor of Science at Texas Tech. Now back up here where he can give Schutz Cattle Company his entire focus. We've been happy to have Lannon Schutz as our judge for the AOB, and he's ready to comment now on his breeders' herd class. Folks, here is our judge.
Breeders' herd class here with 2 entries, and yeah, it's just a testimony, like I said in the class prior to just representing your operation as a whole and all the time and effort that goes in to try and get a consistent, uniform herd that can offer some profit as well with that. I'm going to go ahead and use this pair 4 cattle here in front of me, and I'll follow closely with the cattle to my left, but nice 2 sets of 4 here. I wish you the best with them down the road.
And so from Judge Schutz, our champion breeders' herd is entry number 68, Swiss Tradition Bronvie. That's Ian and Verena Peden and Michaela and Albert Fox. And our reserve champion breeders' herd is Voss Bronvie. And while the Swiss Tradition crew is in the ring, because this actually did determine the outcome for Premier Breeder and Exhibitor. Premier Breeder had already been determined, but Premier Exhibitor was a tie. Those points are always broken. Ties are broken based on Premier Breeder, based on Breeder's Herd. We congratulate Swiss Tradition Bronvie, Ian and Verena Peden, and Michaela and Albert Fox, our Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor of the AOB Show 2025 at FARMFAIR International. Based on their placing here in Breeder's Herd, Swiss Tradition Bronvie is our Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor. We want to ask our breeders' herds to add to or delete for your progeny of dam. Voss, Braunvi, and Swiss Tradition have progeny of dam entered, and we would ask for Pearly Watt Farms to come and join. So please add to or delete for your progeny of dam.
Over in ring number 1, we're ready to have comments on our second and final split of senior heifer calves in the Solaire show, and comments from our judge, Draves.
A really nice black heifer here to start off the class. I think a heifer that hits really hard when she walks in, the presence about her, and when she's set up and those ears go forward. I think a heifer that just ties it all together for me really nicely, gets out and moves really well. Just really, really nice heifer to start off the class. I think a heifer in second that follows her really nicely. I think a heifer that gets out and moves really well. Really nice line. I think what separates the two for me today is I like to see the red heifer in second, just maybe a little stronger top compared to the heifer in first. I think two really nice heifers, though, to start off the class. The heifer in third, really got to appreciate this heifer for a long spine she is. When she gets out and moves, she moves really well. She gets that head up. She's got a really nice head and shoulders. It ties into her body really, really well. I think a heifer that for me just gets a little out attractive here today compared to the two ahead, but a really nice heifer in third. The heifer in fourth, a heifer for me just gets a little more rugged looking, maybe just not quite as strong topped as the heifers above her, and a heifer that maybe just doesn't move quite that great for me today. I think a heifer that's maybe just fighting the halter a little bit as well when she's moving, but I think a heifer that's really good in her own right, and I think will go on and do good things. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. So advancing to our next class to determine our senior heifer calf division champion is entry 30 TSC Night Moves 513N, exhibited by Tierra Sol Cattle Company and Bar D Ranching. Second in class and also advancing, entry 33 YFS SSS Mix Rockstar 7N, exhibited by Scattered Spruce Solaire. Third in class went to entry number 31, N42, Miss Neferetti, 14N. And fourth in class, entry number 32, N42, Naughty Nina, 13N, exhibited by North 42 Cattle Company. So our next class will be our senior declaration championship. So the top two from our first split need to make their way back in. That is the entries from Scattered Spruce Solaire and Clear Lake Solaire.
And Judge Schutz in ring number 2 is on to his final class. This is our progeny of dam. We do have 2 Braunvi progenies as well as a belted Galloway progeny. We've been very happy to have Landon Schutz as our judge. He's been assisted by Darren Dunford through the course of the day. I'm sure Darren has made his 10,000 steps, if not more. Judge, your class is complete.
And over in our ring number 1, we'll reintroduce you to our class winner from the first split, YFSS SSS Nothing But Class 52N, followed by entry 27, Clear Lake Nectar Sweet 502N. Joining them from our recent class, entry 30, TSC Night Moves 513N. And joining her in the second split, YFS SSS Miss Rockstar 79. That's entry 33.
And in showing number 2, we're ready with comments from our judge on our final class of the AOB, Judge Schutz.
Thank you, Rob. Again, it's been an absolute pleasure today. This will be the last time that you guys will hear from me. But again, it's been an honor. Very humbled for the opportunity, and I hope to come back many times. This is certainly the atmosphere, the facility, and the show staff and volunteers. It's second to none here at FARMFAIR International, and I've had a blast getting the opportunity to sort through this AOB show, and I couldn't be more thankful to all of you for making that happen as good as it did. Out here, I think it's very close between the top two. I'm going to go ahead and use the set of bulls here to my middle and follow them with the belteds. But it's a real close set of three to close out our day. Once again, thank you everyone for the opportunity. It's been a pleasure.
And our champion progeny of dam is entry number 70. Congratulations, entry 70, our winning progeny of dam. Entry number 71, our reserve. So Swiss Tradition has our champion progeny of dam. Our reserve champion going to Pearly Watt Farm. Congratulations. That wraps up our AOB show. Thanks to all of our volunteers, our marshals, Darren Dunford, our ringman, and our judge, Landon Schutz. Will be moving into our main Anjou show in just a few moments' time. First, into Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 1, Judge Draves has comments. Folks, here's Ty.
I think these exhibitors need a round of applause. Just 4 really nice, good senior heifer calves here to start off the day. I kind of commented on all of them in the class, so I'll just go ahead and select my champion in reserve for you.